changes they would like to see or direction for services, etc.
Right. I just figured since it was a special meeting, special electoral area services meeting, I'll go ahead and open it.
Right.
Okay, so it is time. It's 9 o'clock. So welcome everybody to this special electoral areas budget meeting, one-on-one. And the first item of business is to welcome all of the staff that's here, welcome Director Wally and his, I won't call it alternate, but sidekick director. And we will move right into the single service budgets for electoral area A, which are supposed to go from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. So Gerald, I'm not sure how Dave or Tom or Edie or how, whatever you have set up to talk about it. I'm sure Mike's there somewhere. I don't see him on the screen, but yeah, good morning, Mike.
Good morning.
Mr. Chairman, I will just say that these are listed in order of the service number that reflects the individual budgets. If there are third parties, fire departments, community hall people, whatever, that wish to speak, then it's up to you, of course, but we would like to accommodate them as they come in rather than stick to this order necessarily if it doesn't work.
Okay, well, I understood this meeting was open to the public, but not a public meeting.
Mr. Chairman, it is a public meeting. The public is not providing input per se, but they have agencies that wish to talk about specific budgets for community halls or fire departments, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay, so the first item on the agenda is
yeah, like.
Sorry, Mike, go ahead.
I was going to say I have a bit of an introduction, kind of a recap of where we're at, if you want me to lead with that, and then we could get into the individual areas, if that suits.
Sure, that would be fine. And I would just like to note, I think I sent either Tom or Edie a note that I will be needing, when I get to my Area C budget, I will be needing some of the detailed pages. I guess you have that at your fingertips there, but it's not on, won't be on the screen.
That's correct. Yeah, we have all the details here with some underlying stuff. We did prepare any of that for presentation, but yeah, we could definitely answer any of the detailed questions on it for sure.
Just want to add, Mr. Chair, that the detailed budgets have been online and available to directors and the public for the entire year. So any information that you want or looking for is certainly available on your director's portal, on the website, and we had no plans to go through the detailed budget. That's been available to you for the entire year. This is just a process that the EA directors have requested to provide input on their services. This is not, we do not have a draft budget for 2022, and you've had all year to look at the existing budget and make comments on it. So it is not our intention to pull up. We don't have a draft budget, and it is not our intention to go through the 2021 budget, as you've had 300 days this year to look at it. So
I understand what you're saying. What I was suggesting, and maybe I said it wrong, but if we are on a particular item and it says, I don't know, something vague about an item that will be in the budget as part of the details at the end of Mike's summaries. If there is need to question some of the items that are within that particular item, that it would be good to be able to see it or have Mike address it in some way. That's all I was talking about. Sure. I'm not asking you to pull up the entire budget.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Mike,
yeah. I can begin with the introduction. Some of it will be a little bit repetitive what we just talked about, but it should be pretty quick. So first of all, good morning and welcome everyone. This is our series of special electoral area meetings. We're in the midst of formulating the upcoming 5-year draft financial plan. And we hold these single participant meetings in addition to all the regular board meetings with the intent of giving the individual EA directors a more of an open and free forum to discuss any topics with staffs or the public regarding services specific to their function. Before we discuss the individual services, I'll just give a quick recap of where we're at in the overall budget process. One of the first steps we do is we look at the current year results and we kind of make estimates for what's going to happen to the remainder of the year so we can compare that to the budget. Any of the surplus or deficit is going to get rolled over into the following year. So it's kind of a first important consideration we look at when we go to draft the next budget. All of our surplus estimates were summarized and reported at the last East meeting, and we have those tables included in today's report if we need to refer to them. These are just the current estimates, and we're going to continue to revise them as we progress through the budget process. So you're going to see updated amounts when we get to the first version of the draft budget. As we discussed, this meeting is not really intended to focus on the current operating results, but we're prepared to answer any questions on them. I just wanted to take a minute to briefly mention a common point in regards to surplus. It's not so much the nominal amount of the surplus, it's the increase from one year to the next that really has an impact. So if you have a rising surplus, it effectively acts as a new source of funding, which could offset a future tax increase, while a falling surplus could have the opposite effect. The surplus or deficit's not always the best indicator as far as next year's tax rate, as it's only one of many of the factors that will have an impact. When the surpluses go up and down, it's important to understand what's driving them, because they could have a shorter or long-term effect. We use the example if we have a project scheduled for December, but it gets delayed until January, because we have a surplus cut off at December 31st, that would essentially show a short-term or temporary surplus for the current year, and then it would get spent in the following. On the other hand, if we have a project that's simply under budget, that surplus could potentially be deployed to other projects or put into reserves or offset future spending. We look at all those factors when we formulate the draft budget to kind of recommend how to allocate any of the amounts. So our next draft financial plan is also going to factor in commitments from long-term contracts, some inflationary increases, supported business cases, and all the board resolutions and directions we've received over the course of the year. To add to that will be the discussions that come from this meeting. So we're kind of on a fact-finding mission here, so staff can get as much input as possible so we can better inform the next budget. The draft budget is scheduled to be deliberated in the new year, and all those meetings are going to be public and advertised in the paper as required by legislation. If the directors want to see any additional public outreach done, let us know. In the years prior, we traveled to the local areas to host open house events to give more face time with the staff, but in the current environment, that may be kind of limiting. So we'd like to hear your feedback on it. As Tom mentioned, we did publish a suggested schedule for this, but that shouldn't restrict the director. They're free to cover any or all services in any given order. Really, it's an open forum for you to let us know what your goals are for each service. We have opened the meeting to the outside organizations that are funded by the budget. So if they need the opportunity to speak, it might be an idea to prioritize them first if they don't need to stay for the whole meeting. And we'd just be interested in hearing about any of their short-term or long-term needs. Yeah, that's what I have. So we could continue to go through. So Tom, I don't know if you want to drive the meeting or if you want me to pull it up, but we could go to any service in any order you choose.
Oh, I'm not in the driver's seat, Mike, but we do have on the agenda, as you see, a certain order, and unless the director, in this case, Director Wally, wants to change the order or move to something to start with, we'll just continue as we're showing.
Okay.
All right, if I might speak up here, I've got my 2021 budget book in front of me, which is the same order as you've got on the agenda there. So I'll just go page by page, and that would correspond with what you have there. Just before we start with the grants and aids, though, just to make sure you have that $50,000 for the Legion from the Community Works Fund noted?
Yes, that comes out of the function 135, which is not an individual account, or the function 135 is the Community Works Fund. But long story short, yes, we're well aware of the draw for the horse trail.
Perfect, thank you. That's not the horse trail, that's for the Sayward Legion?
Oh, the
Right.
Legion.
I don't think Mike's familiar with the Legion one, Gerald, but when we get to 135, we'll add it in there.
All right, perfect. Okay, so for 120 grants and aids, as before, I want to have $10,000 available for disbursements. So there's a bit on top of that for the cost of the service and insurance or whatever other little costs there are, but I want $10,000 that I can disperse if the need should arise. That's what I've always done. And then I have a question though. If our new electoral area grant and aid service comes online, can any of this money be transferred to that or not?
Sorry, I'll let Tom go.
Thank you. So the question is whether that will affect this, and we don't know at this point, Gerald. So we're going to go through a process of defining exactly how that new service that's being proposed would affect existing services. It may have no effect, or it maybe will have some effect, and we'll need to account for some kind of transfers between services. At this point, we really don't know.
Yeah, it was just a hypothetical question if a transfer would be possible. I suppose if it turned out that it wasn't, I could rescind this service, which I will do anyway, return the money to the taxpayers, and then a new service. I guess I'm always able to amend the budget later in the year if that was necessary.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and then that's it for this one.
Okay.
Okay, feasibility study. I hung up. Yeah, let's do it again. Okay, so for feasibility studies, one question about this. What about dollars for an Area A fire service if the village doesn't go along with the sub-regional service? Would I need additional money for that?
Not within this service. A feasibility study can only be established under a new service. So anything with fire now, because that service exists, would have to come out of the fire fund.
Okay, that answers that. So the feasibility service, I don't foresee any need, unless you guys know something that I don't, to increase what's already there.
Yeah, we have pretty much a $5,000 retainer just in case anything comes up. That kind of to kick it off, and there's no reserve for that.
Okay, so we can just leave it at that. I don't think we need anything additional there. Next is our Seward Valley Fire Protection. So that question I previously asked then, 245, if the village doesn't want the sub-regional service, and I go ahead with my independent service, which I'll do I need additional money in here to cover that?
It would depend on the cost of the studies and everything else. So right now there's you'll see the operating reserve there. So there's 17,000 in the in the operating reserve, and then we're currently most of that surplus you see there, that 48,000 is forwarding the maintenance. So
right.
So
that should be good. Now the other question is though, has the village submitted a request for 2022 for funding?
I don't believe they have yet.
So we don't know.
Just a point on that. Last year we got their 5-year budget and it had a 2022 column, but we haven't received any updated numbers. That's what we're looking for. We have been in talks with the village, and they've mentioned some new equipment concerns, but we haven't got any formal numbers yet.
Okay, well, the one thing I want to make sure everybody understands is I don't want any new equipment or any new capital expenses or any maintenance on any equipment that's not absolutely essential until our fire service is resolved. Because it may be that we don't end up owning this stuff, or we split it, or who knows what.
So I will jump in here, Gerald, just so we're all clear. In the report, the study that was done by the consultant, which looked at the option of the standalone for the Seward Valley, There was mention that there may be some requirement to look at equipment, and, to meet the standards that are required, blah, blah, blah. We don't know exactly what that will look like, but on the other hand, I don't know that we need to get into that level of detail at this point. That it's likely that we're not going to know exactly where we stand until sometime in 2022. And I do believe, Mike, there is an or there is a reserve available, which could cover some of that if necessary.
Yep, that's correct. I guess the other quick point there is that $75,000 requisition has been maintained. I believe now in 2017 it might have been 74,000. But there hasn't been any increases there for quite some time. So if we are looking at any type of significant cost in the future, it might be an idea to try and budget just for a bit more of an annual contribution to the operating reserve. But we could look at that when we actually formulate the draft budget, and we'll get a better idea of the household cost.
All right, so we can leave the 75,000 as is then for our draft budget. The one thing I would also suggest is that is it possible to ask the village that when they give us their request for their operating costs portion from us, that we could have an itemized budget from them so we can see exactly what they want to use the money for. And the reason I'm interested in this is last year they came and asked for an additional 15,000 for a salary for the assistant fire chief. I phoned the assistant fire chief. He said, I don't need that. They wanted additional money for vehicle repairs. So when I phoned the fire chief and asked him about that, he said, oh, those have already been done. We don't need that. So they were just padding their budget. So I'm a little bit leery of that. So that's why I'd like to have an itemized request from them.
Yeah, and I think that's a great suggestion, and why we've reached out to these groups to kind of support and defend these budgets and ask for itemized budgets so that we can go through them. So as you know, we have reached out to Sayward, and looks like they didn't accept the offer, if you will, to participate today and go through those. If they even have them, I'm not aware that they have them, but that was part of the impetus of inviting these groups to say, what is this? So they can say to you, hey, fire chief needs a 15 grand raise or whatever it be.
Right.
And let me know if you want to see a current copy of their budget, what's submitted, in case you have any notes or feedback on that. But
yeah. When they submit it, I'll take a look at what they've got there.
Okay.
Now, just a couple more things. In the budget comments from last year, there was suggested some valley maintenance on the driveway. And I'm just curious, was that completed? On the fire hall number 2, the valley fire hall.
I do believe it was, Gerald. Yes, and also the grant money that was provided for some fix up on the fire hall. We have gone ahead to call for bids on replacing the back stairs, which are
good
a public safety thing right now. So yeah, so that's
right. Now, I understand this contract that we have with the village expired December 31, 2022. And I'm just curious, either way, if we have a sub-regional service or if we have a standalone service, can we meet that deadline to have a new service running by the end of 2022?
Yes, it's quite possible. That there will be a process, and depending on what the end result is desired, then I don't see any reason why that couldn't be done before the end of next year.
Okay. I suppose if not, we could extend the current contract a little bit until we finished it up, but hopefully we can do that. All right, yeah. So that's it for the function 245. We'll just leave it at 75,000 for this year for now until we see what else we might need. All right, Cayuga-Nuka Emergency Program. Have you any additional needs there, or can we leave that the way it's set out, $1,000?
Yeah, we've this service has essentially been idling for a while, so we do have some. Sean, I believe, is looking into new initiatives, but so far we don't have anything.
Okay, we'll go by that one. Next, 364, Cayuga-Nuka Solid Waste Disposal. So that's basically whatever solid waste group requested us, I suppose.
Yeah, the biggest expense there would be the tipping and contract fees.
All right, I don't know if we're expecting much of an increase there or not, but whatever it is, so not much point talking about that one.
Yeah.
All right, next, function 368, this is the weekend cleanups. And I suppose this is also driven by tipping fees.
Exactly right, yeah.
Now, the Comox Valley gives us that 13,800 to offset costs. Every year or two, they sneak that out of their budget, and I make a motion at that board to put it back in again. So hopefully it'll still be there this year.
Yeah, that amount went to 6,000, and that's what the amount you see there under other revenue on the screen.
Yeah, that was because the yard was offered free this year.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if that continues, that's good. Okay. So that one then will be whatever it is.
Correct.
All right. So moving along here, 370. This is our weekly garbage collection. My only question on this, and I asked this before, would it be reasonable or possible to, instead of giving our residents independent standalone bill for this service, if it could just be included in tax collection, or is that something that's not easy to do?
It's possible to do. I'm not sure exactly how easy that might be. A question for Tom. But yeah, if the establishing bylaw allows us to collect by taxation, we could look at switching that over.
I was just thinking it might be easier for residents to write one check a year instead of two.
Well, the other question would be, and forgive me, I'm not too familiar with the service. If this is a subscription service, in other words, those who use the service pay for it, then to switch over to a taxation method, there is no ability to pick and choose.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this is based on the taxation, which ends up us paying about 90% of it in the valley, but that's the way it is. So anyway, it's not a big deal. I'm just going to ask you about it. Might be just easy to leave it the way it is instead of going through the work to try and switch it. But just a thought. Okay, so for this one, same thing. It's, I guess, whatever tipping fees are is what it is. All right. Now the next one then is house numbering, also non-event.
Yep.
So we'll just skip by that one. Whatever was there, 377.
Yep.
Then economic development. Now, on this service, is this one that can be rescinded yet or not?
The issues there are still outstanding with the installed fiber equipment. So that contract had just ended. So yeah, we have to go to the process of getting that wrapped up.
Right. And has there been any thing forthcoming from the village on the money that they misspent?
No. Sorry. Well, I think we have that. Like the agreement has expired, Gerald. And,
right.
Excuse me. I think at this point, our best tactic is to just let sleeping dogs lie.
Okay.
We'll sort that out. We're certainly not collecting any money or distributing it on this. They have received money, but it's not going to be long into the new year where we're going to start laying fiber in Sayward. So I think we're best just to leave this one alone.
Yeah. All right. I hear you. So are we putting money in this, or it's just sitting there the way it is?
Just sitting there. Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. It's only $500 or anyway. Okay. You look at community hall. Did we do the building assessment that we were thinking of? Says the 2020 budget included funds to complete a building assessment of the facility to be completed in 2021.
If I could step in there, Mike.
Yeah.
For you. Yeah, thank you, Director Wally. We've completed a preliminary assessment of the structure. We are now waiting to have a engineering assessment done on the facility to determine whether or not it is if we're able to remediate the structure with its current condition. So that's still outstanding.
Okay, would that be completed in 2021, would you expect, or not?
It's likely not going to happen until the new year, so we would carry forward any funds for that.
All right. So as far as funding for this thing, that would all be community works funds anyway. So we've got a very tiny little budget. I mean, we'll just leave it the way it is. That sound good?
Yeah, that's correct. The community works fund can be used for any of the capital portion. If that new building then requires maintenance and upkeep and everything else, then we'd have to look at a tax increase. But that's probably perhaps premature to talk about in there unless you want to start saving in advance.
No, we'll just leave that one the way it is for now until we see how that shakes out. It looks like any construction there's quite a ways on. Okay. And then the last function, Seward Valley Heritage Hall. Now, over the last 3 years, the budget has been 34,000. And I see this year it's dropped to 28, and then it continues around 28, 29. So I think the Heritage Hall is happy with the money they're receiving. When I talked to them there a couple of days ago. So have you got any update on this, or just good to go?
Just real briefly, the budget may have been higher in the past just because we had some extra money in there for professional fees for doing building assessments. The money you see now is, we have a bit of a contingency, and then their operating contract has been holding about 26,000 over the years. So yeah, you're correct.
We have a healthy reserve here, do we?
We definitely have a healthy operating reserve. So I guess we spent some capital a little while ago. But ultimately, the green and the blue lines there you see in reserve, you kind of have some flexibility for that. For example, we could increase the capital reserve and then just offset that by a transfer in from the operating reserve, if that makes sense. So we could flow through. So that is healthy, but it all depends on really the future needs of the organization. So if they want any type of a new construction, it could get rather expensive.
Yeah, I believe they're not interested in new construction. The one concern from a year or so ago when the Hargrave boy was looking at it was the hydrometer inside the kitchen there, and it needed to be flipped around the outside of the wall. I don't know if they've done that or not, but that would be a very small expense. So I think we can just leave this budget. You had projected around 28,000 for 2022, so somewhere around there is fine.
Yeah, we haven't received any budget. Like I say, I usually just put in a inflationary increase of 2 or 3%, and then any of the surplus or deficit, that's usually what funds the reserve. If we have like a little bit of extra money, we will put that in there. But other than that, we don't do any long-term reserve analysis.
Okay, well then I think that's it.
And then we did include planning if you wanted to discuss any of that.
500. Let me just flip over there. Maybe I don't have it in this particular book. What do you want to tell me about? Let's see, property tax requisition. This is all electoral areas together.
This is several of the service together, and that's funded by each of the electoral areas. We had some feedback there that directors wanted to talk about at this meeting, but I guess the synopsis of that is we've just had some vacancies and salaries, or vacancies, so it's caused some variances in the salaries. That's most of what you see there today. And then with COVID and everything else, we've had to kick a couple of the projects forward. So that's the reason for the variance there.
Okay, well, I've just one question on this, talking about sleeping dogs. About 10 years ago or more, the board passed a resolution that each electoral area would be responsible for its own costs for community plans and that type of thing. When it went to the, whatever he called the inspector of municipalities, he refused to sign it. At the time, well, maybe we gotta wait till we get a new inspector. And I was going to ask Tom if we got a new inspector yet.
Actually, we've had several inspectors, different inspectors since that time. I don't expect we would have any different result by resubmitting the bylaw, because the reasons that were given, they're a bit complex, but essentially that this is a statutory function that's controlled by the Local Government Act. It's not a function that is available for individual regional districts to monkey with. Either you have it or you don't have it. That's kind of the way they put it.
Right. that's about what I expected, but thought I would ask. Okay, well, I mean, as far as the planning service goes, it basically is what it is. I don't have any problem with it.
Okay, well, that's all the applicable services for that. So I took a few notes. Everything's pretty consistent with the notes you've given us in the past. So I'm clear on my end, and I don't have any questions offhand.
Okay, well, would that all the electoral areas were as easy as mine?
No comment.
No comment.
I'm saying amen.
Okay, we're good.
All right, thank you, Gerald.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
So our next scheduled thing is at 10 o'clock, I believe, with Director Nova Anderson.
Tom,
So
can we leave and then just rejoin? We don't have to keep it running, do we?
I believe you can leave and rejoin. It's a little more complex, but you can go into your calendar and you can find it and then join
Just join again. Okay, yeah. All right, I'm going to leave.
We're going to leave the
So-
this session running. And I'm not sure if you'll just see a pause or some kind of logo on your screen or what exactly you'll see, but we'll pick it up again at 10 o'clock when Director Anderson joins.
Okay.
Okay, so I'd suggest as chair that we recess the meeting at 9:31 until 10 a.m. when Director Anderson's budget is considered. So thank you for being here, everybody, and your patience in waiting.
Okay,
So-
thank you for running the meeting.
Director Abram, are we clear that you will not be joining us again at 10 o'clock? Is that correct?
That's correct. I will not be coming back at 10. I may come on and say hi, but I believe that I will already be inserted into that other meeting with the
Right.
Coastal Community Network.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll see you at 10.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone.
Good morning, Nova. We still have the meeting open from the last meeting. I think we're going to do one session, then just pause it in between. So that's why you came to a meeting that was idle. Oh, you're muted.
Good. No, I could tell that. Thank you, Mike. Are you taking the lead on these meetings as CFO?
I know it's been kind of just more of an open forum, and so last one usually Director Wally, he just kind of took control, and we tried to keep up with him.
I see that Dave has not responded. Is he not joining us?
Yes, Dave will be here.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I'm just going to mute for a moment.
So there's Sean. Good morning, Sean. Sean, can you confirm that my screen is visible? Showing the agenda?
Your screen shows the agenda, Tom, but it's not showing up as full screen on mine.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to be here.
And where is here? On Cortez? Is that where you are?
I'm on Cortez. Yeah, I'm at the office at the Manson's Hall.
Good. So Director Anderson is temporarily offline, but we had mentioned earlier that we're going to try and have the community halls and fire department. Well, there she is, Director Anderson. So we've structured this in a particular order, which we would like to accommodate, if that's the wish of the director, to accommodate community halls, fire departments, whatever, who wish to have their budgets dealt with. We could certainly
Absolutely.
to the front if you wish.
Oh, absolutely. No, we don't need to drag everyone through everything. And I know that Mary's actually supposed to be at a different job right now. So if we could do the community halls first, that would be greatly appreciated. I see that Dee's here from the WCC. Is there anybody else from another Cortez organization? I don't see at present. So just before we dive into the community hall funding, is anyone want to speak to this sort of new format at all, or
yes, I have a quick introduction here to go over, just kind of give where we're at. So
just on that note, this is not a new format, by the way.
I've never been here with other invited guests from the community who participate in other functions. That's new to me.
That's the only part that's new. We have recordings of past years, and this format is identical to past years.
I understand, and that is I know there was back and forth between Jim and the chair, and I didn't participate in that. But that part is new. Thank you.
Should I kick off with the discussion? Everyone ready to go? Okay, I'll take that, but yeah, like I say, it's more of an open forum, so feel free to pause if there's any questions. So, first of all, good morning and welcome everyone. Thanks for attending these series of electoral area special budget meetings. We're in the midst of building our upcoming 5-year draft financial plan, and these single participant meetings are held in addition to the regular board meetings with the intent on giving each individual electoral area director a more open and free forum to engage with staff or the public regarding the services specific to their electoral area. Before we begin the individual services, I'd just like to do a quick recap of where we're at in the budget process. One of the first steps we take is to review the current year results and make estimates for what's going to happen for the remainder of the year. And that gives us an idea of what services may be over or under budget. any surplus or deficit gets rolled over into the following year. So it's one of the many important aspects to try and consider as we look toward drafting the next budget. All of these surplus estimates were summarized and reported at the last East meeting, and we've included those tables in today's report. They're just current estimates, and we'll continue to revise them as the budget process goes. So you may see updated amounts included in the first version of the draft budget. We're not intending for this meeting to focus on the current operating results, but we did include the information in the report. So I'll just take a brief minute to briefly mention a quick point that commonly comes up with regards to surplus. It's not so much the nominal amount of the surplus that you see in any given year that impacts the next budget, but it's rather the change of surplus from one year to the next. So if you have a rising surplus, that increase effectively acts as a new source of funding, which can offset a tax increase. And a falling surplus would have the opposite effect. Of course, a surplus in and of itself is not always a good indicator as to what next year's tax rates to be. It's only one of the many factors, but it's important for us to have a look at. As the surplus fluctuates, we try and have a look at what's really driving those changes, because they could have either short or long-term effects. An example we use, if you have a project that's scheduled for December, but if it's deferred until January, you're going to show a temporary surplus just due to the fact that the cutoff is that December 31st. On the other hand, if we have a one-time project or excess revenues come in, that surplus could potentially be redeployed elsewhere to fund other projects or put in reserve or balance future budgets. Staff take a look at all these factors, and we make recommendations on how to allocate any of the amounts. So the next draft financial plan is going to factor in all of our signed long-term commit contracts, the inflationary increases, some supported business cases, and all the board resolutions and directions that we've received over the course of the year. It's also going to consider any information that comes from today's discussion, because that is the main goal of why we're here today, is just for essentially for staff to gather as much input as possible, so we can just be better informed to craft the next version of the budget, and then get any long-term consideration and make notes for the file. So the draft budget is scheduled to be deliberated in the new year, and all those meetings are going to be advertised to in the papers as well, and open for public input as required by the provincial regulation. If the directors want to see any additional public outreach done, let us know. In years prior, as you're likely aware, some of the directors opted to have staff travel to the areas and conduct open houses to give us some one-on-one FaceTime with the public. The current environment may limit that type of outreach, but we would really like to hear your feedback on any additional initiatives there. As Tom mentioned, we published a suggested schedule for this meeting, but that really shouldn't restrict the director. You're free to cover any service in any order, any which way you wish, and direct the focus as you've liked. We have opened the meeting to outside organizations, so if any are in attendance, we could speak to those services, and then people could leave if they don't need to be here for the whole time. So it may make sense to schedule them first. So that's what I have as far as an introduction, and we're ready to proceed to any area you like.
Thanks, and I'll just offer a wee bit of context for Mary and Dee joining us. So most of the years that I've been director, this meeting has been sort of just a meeting in person prior to the current reality we live in, with staff, the CFO and CAO, and senior management as required. Really just a much more informal, not recorded meeting, not with external agencies, just wrapping our head around what's happening for this year budget cycle. The last handful of years has been in this more formalized format with it being recorded. But I must admit, I didn't really realize until yesterday that we had external agencies actually joining us. So I just want to speak to that. That in previous years, what we've done with the community halls, for instance, is I have met with the boards or representatives from the boards and asked the two boards to meet together and then come to me. And that has, not necessarily happened either before or after this meeting, but certainly is informative. So I don't intend that this necessarily will entirely replace that. If there is need for the two boards to meet with each other or meet with me individually or collectively, I'm still very open to that. I hadn't quite realized what we were doing until yesterday in this piece of that. But clearly, as much of that as we can get clear here while everyone is present, all the better. But I don't know, I just read this morning the budget, Mary, that you sent me. That certainly increased over last year. I don't know what the WCC needs are. So there's certainly some capacity for me to see that in the larger context of the whole budget, and do some juggling over the next couple of months in an iterative process. So just thanks for jumping on with us, I would say, Dee and Mary. And I would hope that this isn't your only stab at things. I see that Dave wants to weigh in.
So again, just for clarity, for the last 5 years, the meetings have been open to the public. We've had public attend and they have been recorded. So it's not new. It's not a handful of years. This has been our budget template. They've been open, transparent conversations that have been available for the public to attend, but not participate in. The other thing that's new, if you will, about this meeting is every year we've gone through these meetings and we've had questions from the directors in all the areas about third-party budgets that have been submitted. We don't develop those, so we're challenged to answer those questions, and we thought it was practical to invite those groups, not just in Area B, they're in all the areas, that they can come and be able to support and answer any questions on those budgets, because in previous years, again, they're submitted to us. We don't know if there is or isn't discussion amongst the directors, but we certainly get questions from the directors on those services. We don't have answers to them, so it seemed practical to me to invite those folks to be able to present and answer any questions. So
I do understand that, and I just would have liked to have been in the loop on that decision-making process, or at least consulted, because I didn't know. So here we are. We're doing our best, a bit on the fly. So I would be very welcome to just receive. I know Mary's got a bit of a budget and a presentation to offer. I don't know how formal the WCC has been able to be at this time. I would just say generally for the community hall service, I mean, it's very new. I think we've had, what, a year and a half of funding into it, if I'm mistaken, or two years. I know that last year there was some differences of understanding between at least the SCCA and staff around surpluses, and that was tricky. So there's been a new way of presenting that now. I understand that the SCCA is providing a slightly increased budget request because of increased insurance. I don't know if that's also the case for WCC. Just at the highest level, certainly as much as our overall requisition and budgets allow, I would like to be able to continue to support the core requests of our two community halls. So I'd love to hear what they have to say. Mary, given that you've got something I know dialed in, do you want to start?
Yes, sure, I'll start. So we have sent a budget. Now, we were just invited to this meeting on Friday, so it was fairly quick turnaround for us, and as good luck would have it, we were busy finalizing our budget and had passed it by our board just a couple of days ago. So it's this budget still needs to be passed by the membership as to our agreement with the SRD, and that will be happening at a general meeting on the 5th of December, just prior to our AGM. So this budget has not passed membership, but we'll be going through that process shortly. So yeah, this year we have revised the way that we're showing the budget in hopes of being more clear to the SRD about our ask and what surplus means to us. So in our agreement with the SRD, the core funding pays for certain expenses and it doesn't pay for other expenses. In particular, it does not pay for any capital expenses. So what we'd like to show with this budget is that any monies that the SCCA is fundraising or comes from our rentals is going towards wages and also capital expenses. So there is no surplus in our budget. Our core expenses are our core expenses, and we would like to try to make that more clear in this budget.
And
So
Mary, just before you go on, I would like to flag for staff. I know that SCCA has been in touch with staff for this year, the 2021 budget year, and I forwarded also Mary's email, I think, to Monaco and asked for clarity. And I just don't know that that matter has been either resolved or communicated between the parties satisfactorily. So although I know we're talking about next year, I would really love it if somebody on staff, Monaco or Mike or otherwise, would connect with Mary and see if we can come to a common understanding around the 2021 surplus matter, because I think we were about $7,000 difference in our understanding of things. And what I understand from Mary was that there was indeed no surplus for core funding. The budget was presented in such a way that there was some monies for other allocated capital costs, et cetera, that the SRD understood to be surplus to core, which is certainly not the case. So if there is some way at this late time in November of releasing the rest of the budgeted funds for 2021 to the SCCA for their core needs, I would really appreciate that. And I'm happy to be part of that conversation between Mike and Mary or whoever, if that's of value. And then I wonder, Mary, do you have a budget that you'd like to do a share screen? And if so, would that be possible to allow her that capacity?
Can I just jump in real quick on that? Yeah, do let me know what the question is regarding the surplus. But as far as the operating in capital, essentially what you're looking there, we have a $10,000 transfer to reserve. That's essentially our long-term bank account that we use, and that could fund study or anything else. If you do have long-term capital needs, do let us know. For example, if you have a $10,000 purchase 10 years from now, it's easier or it sometimes makes more sense to tax $1,000 a year, build up that reserve so you don't have to do it all at once. So, we could do that. And so as far as any excess money or anything else, we receive a operating budget from you guys every year. I believe last year was $62,424 was the amount that was set in 21. And then usually you make some invoices against that and we could have some extra amount. But as long as we have available budget and then we get requests from you that are supported by the directors and the managers, we're free to release any funds. Like I say, we're all not profit, so we're not looking to build surpluses. They're just more of an inevitable factor just because we budget a little bit extra money. So I'm not sure if that added any clarity.
Perhaps I failed to be clear. I wasn't talking about our own internal surpluses. I was speaking to differences of understanding of the SCCA surplus. They have, and please, Mary, correct me if I'm wrong, but my cursory understanding is that the SCCA accounting shows a surplus overall in their entire organizational budget. But what we're talking about with them is funding only core, which is insurance and lights and, core things, phones, fax, whatever that might be. And that we didn't pay all of the invoices over the course of 2021 to them as we had budgeted for and taxed for because of the differences of understanding in the SCCA's surplus. So they're presenting it differently for clarity now, but for future years. But what I'm asking is for this current year, if we could actually award them the funds that we had taxed and budgeted to award them, I'd be most grateful. Is that right, Mary?
Yes, that's correct. We asked, I think, for 41 and received 33.6 or something like that. The difference being the surplus line at the very bottom of the 5-year budget, last year's 5-year budget. This year's 5-year budget, as I said, is going to be presented in a very different way to be very clear that any SCCA surplus is not a surplus of operating funds. It goes towards our capital expenses and wages. It's our money for us. It's not going to, we don't want that surplus to be paying core when this service is supposed to pay core.
So if I can jump in, just to be clear on the intent of it is, we have a maximum requisition and we're happy to requisition that maximum, and we have a bylaw that outlines the things that can be paid for out of that. We're happy to give you up to 100% of that money every year if it's supported by the director to pay the expenses that are included or allowable in that bylaw. So I don't see any reason why, if you have expenses that meet the bylaw and we have requisitioned money for the service, that we wouldn't pay it. I mean, we're happy to requisition 100% of it every year, as long as the director supports it. You know, the reason we're here is saying, I guess, to identify that budget and to justify it to the director that a maximum requisition is required. But I mean, we're happy to give you the money.
David, that's exactly what's at issue. For 2021, we budgeted, we requisitioned, it's there, it's available, but it has not been released to the SCCA. So I'm just asking in full. So I'm just asking that that loop be closed so that the money that we've already taxed can actually go to the community as opposed to rolling over in our own internal surplus for next year, please.
Yeah, I mean, it's money to support the halls. And again, if the expenses match the bylaw, then I don't see why, you know, if we've requisitioned it, we only requisition it to support you. So
I understand.
If you need it and it meets the bylaw, then send us an invoice.
So who can Mary connect with to get this straightened out then? We've been working on this for a number of months.
I think Mike's quite capable of doing that. But again, the intent is it's your money. We're happy to give it to you as long as we've requisitioned and it meets the terms of the bylaw. We're happy to give it to you.
And
yeah, just to jump in real quick there. Yeah, Aniko usually reviews those and then signs them, and then I do the double check. So either her or I, just fire away.
Yeah.
So we've been communicating with Aniko and not been, I think, getting to the bottom of this. So Mary, can you connect directly with Mike then, and Mike can reach out to Aniko as needed?
Yeah.
Does that work?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So going forward, can we give Mary a screen share capacity? Just for a couple minutes?
Mary could certainly take over the screen anytime, but I did want to make one comment just for clarity, because I wouldn't want it to be misinterpreted that the regional district has the ability to take surpluses and in our budget and build those up for future capital purchases. I do believe that we are not permitted to use any of the funds raised from requisition of the tax base for capital purposes. It has to be operating purposes.
We have never asked for capital in this. We are very clear about our agreement. It is not for capital.
Right.
What I'm saying is any SCCA surplus money in our budget is for our capital.
No, I understand, and that's great.
So we're very clear, and we have not exceeded at any time the 80,000 cap between the two halls. So we are working within our limits. And we're having a hard time getting that understood at the district.
Well, it's great we've included you in having this conversation, because you know, we're here to support you and you know, give you the money that we've requisitioned, and as long as it meets the bylaw, then great.
Great. Well, I'm glad that Mike and Mary can connect on that. Mary, did you want to present your next year's budget to us?
Sure. So I could present next year's budget for, is it, how am I going to screen share on this one? I've never been on this platform.
Are you on Teams, Mary?
I'm on Teams.
Yeah, so there should be an icon. It's sort of probably in the upper right-hand corner somewhere with an arrow. And if you click on that, it will give you some options for sharing screens, I do believe. It could be
the leave button.
Okay, I see a little download icon, but maybe this open share tray.
Yeah, that's
screen share. There we go. So if I can put this one.
And Dee, can you just confirm for us that you're with us? I see you here on the guest list.
Hello all. Yes, I'm alive and with you. I don't see any screen share button on my version of Teams, but I'm running a macOS version, which might be different.
Okay, let's see if I can make this front and center, perhaps. Can you see that now? Is it big enough? Let's see if I can.
We don't see it yet.
You don't see anything.
Okay, it's showing. Okay, share. There it is. Okay, let's see if I can go share. Oh, it's choose what to share. This window, this one, share. Here we come. Perhaps.
There we are.
Oh, good.
Success.
Hooray.
So here's our 5-year budget. We have revised it this year, as I say. So we have basically at the CCA, we have 3 streams, 3 different streams. We have our programs, and our programs are supported by the community gaming grant and some fundraising. So they're kind of self-explanatory. They do not have anything to do with the core operating fund. In the middle of the screen there, you can see some core expenses and then operating expenses underneath that. So all fundraising we put into capital expenditures or programs and our wages. And our operating expenses are mostly paid by our rentals and our fundraising. So the core expenses are there shown. Then at the bottom of the screen, you can see the net difference between our operating expenditures and our funding sources, and our ask being 46,280. And I don't know if, but basically you can see that, you know, the core funding is about 1/3 of our overall expenses and our overall budget. So we definitely are only asking for core. Other things are covered by other means. You can see in our funding sources coming in the gaming grant and program fees, both of which are big ones, and our rentals, and then fundraising revenue allocated to capital. And that's why we're showing it that way, to show that, yes, we have money coming in, but no, it's not for core expenses.
So for clarity, any capital, like, you know, roof replacements or any those, is that on a different budget, or is that where is that embedded here? Is that the capital expenditure account, 12,000?
Yes, that would be the 12,600 going forward towards any renovations that are needed to do.
Okay, thank you. So your request this year is 46,000, which is the sum of those 4 items: janitorial, insurance, maintenance, and utilities.
Yes.
And last year, your request was how much?
I believe it was 41, and I'd have to find that budget.
And the main difference is insurance has gone up, but you said by 4,000 or 5,000, is that right?
That's correct. Insurance has gone up by about, $4,500. And we, if you see the next year, I've put a 20% increase again, because that was what I was advised to do by my insurer. We were with Hub Insurance. So due to the fires, due to Lytton burning down, due to all of the things that are going on, insurance has taken a huge leap. And they were much more particular with us. I had to provide a lot more information this year, even to get insurance. So it's been quite a thing, and something that we have to keep an eye on in the future.
Okay.
So I was just going to jump in real quick. This might be beating a dead horse, but what our process now would be is we would take that 46,280, the 50,000, and say all your bottom line numbers, and that would essentially establish your budget. On top of that, we would add in, we have like a little bit of administration and insurance costs, so we would add that in a bit. And then if we knew from the either yourself or the director or the applicable manager, if there's big concerns in the future where these numbers, instead of going up, you know, $4 or $5 grand a year, if there's a big spike somewhere down the road, we'd be interested in hearing about that now, just to, like I say, so we have the opportunity to start building funds in advance. But so for this year, we would put 46,280. We would just expect invoices to come in against that. So, you know, like I say, and then we could authorize payment for up to 46,280. And then if you needed more, we'd essentially be over budget, but we'd have to double check that with the director to see if we could release those funds, or whether the budget has to be amended or anything else. So that's just a little bit of the process, but I'll be looking just at that bottom line number, and then that's what will go into your budget, and then you bill against that however you choose.
Yeah, and thank you for that. We're doing one more thing that I'd like to point out, is that currently the fiscal year for the SCCA is April 1st to March 31st, but all the reporting for the SRD is January to December. So that is causing us to have to actually create 2 sets of financials and 2 sets of everything, and create our other big funder being gaming, they don't care when our year end is. So what we're going to be suggesting at the general meeting on December 5th is that we change our fiscal year to January to December to be more in line with the SRD and make it more simplify the needs, our financial reporting to be in line with your needs, being that you are one of our biggest funders and we want to make this simple and clear for both you, the SRD, and for the SCCA. So this year we have created the budget on the calendar year, this 5-year budget. Our finances, our financial year end is still not in line with it. So going forward, and I hope by next year, we will be able to be in line in all aspects of our budget and financials.
Yeah, that could definitely help line some stuff up. But yeah, I feel you on there. Every time we deal with the feds, they have the same thing where they're 3 months and 3 months ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, and we also understand with the agreement that this is our ask, and but it has to work both with the WCC. So if their ask, they had a great need and we were exceeding that 80,000, then the SCCA does understand that we need to share this money with the WCC, and we may not get all of what we ask for, and that ultimately it seems that in the agreement the decision is with the SRD. So while we will make the ask that we think we need, we are also understanding that we are also collaborating. The timeline is too short for us. Yeah, just that we know that. So we will ask for this, and we will compromise or ask with all of those other elements that need to be understood and worked in.
Okay.
Great, thank you, Mary. Dee, are you done, Mary?
Yeah, I'm done, thank you.
Okay, if you want to stop screen share, and we'll hand it over to Dee, knowing that you want to hear what she has to say before you need to go.
Okay. I'm still looking for how I request screen share.
On my screen, Dee, it's right beside the red leave button. There's a little upward pointing arrow that says share content. If you hover on it.
I believe Dee is using a Mac OS.
I'm using a Mac OS version. Anybody else got the Mac version? I did have a. Go ahead.
I found a little arrow on the top right of the screen, and then in the little where you can mute yourself and your camera, that little strip there of all your controls, there's a little square with an arrow. Click on that.
If not, Dee, you can.
Okay, wait a minute. It says open share tray.
Yeah, so click on that. And it'll open another. And it'll ask you what you want to share. There you
go. Except it minimized my window, so now I can't see what you guys are seeing.
No, but we can see yours. We can see your budget.
Can you? Okay, I will just trust you on that. I have never used Teams before, so I'm groping here.
You should also see in your menu bar probably the Teams icon still, and if you click on that, you should also be able to see the group, the faces, if you will, of the other participants, as well as your own screen.
Actually, all I see is a minimized window with the current speaker highlighted, a TY for Tom Yates. But anyway, if you can see my budget, then that's fine, and I can speak to you about it. We are obviously really small potatoes compared to SCCA. We are very tiny, and as you know, our budget is not far off of 1/10 of their, total scene. So We actually at present are not doing 5-year budget projections. If that's something that your bookkeeping requires, then we can copy Mary's template and make our best stab at that. But what we usually do is go a year at a time. Our budgets don't change a whole lot from year to year. Also, I'm a little concerned by what Mary says about insurance because our renewal date is just coming up and we have not included any bump for a steep increase in insurance. So I guess my question for you is, will we have a chance at some future date before our ask is finalized to include any new information from our insurance company?
Just real quick on that. Well, first of all, I can attest the insurance was rather brutal this year, but our budgets can really be amended at any time. If you don't have all your future 5 years, usually what I do for that is I just put some type of inflationary increase. Usually, even though we do a 5-year budget, most of our focus is on the on the following year. So I don't foresee a huge issue with that. And then, yeah, so as far as money, but yeah, I mean, you could put an extra allowance in, and then if supported by a director, we'll pay that out. And then if you have extra money, like I say, that would be part of your surplus. You could roll that forward and it would just lower your costs every year. And that would be the other consideration for this service is, like I say, we have an operating reserve on our end. So if there are no major future needs, we all kind of realize that something is going to pop up. So it's always a good idea to kind of have a look at them and, just to have like a little bit of extra available money. So when things do spike and they tend to compound, that we don't hit the taxpayer all at once. So. But yeah, we currently do have $10,000 of reserve in the surplus. We had that high tax in the first year, and then it kind of came down a bit. So there's a bit of flexibility there. But typically unless we have an identified need, we just generally put any excess money or what we can forward into the surplus. But if there are these big concerns, we could put a $1,000 or $2,500 or $5,000 just reserve transfer to build up a bit, and then we'd have a bit more security for these, any costing shocks.
Well, what I'd suggest just for this year is just do a 25% increase on their insurance calculations for now. And then, when we come back to this in January, we can take another look.
Well, we'll know within a couple of weeks when we renew our insurance, whether, what kind of adjustment they're making. So I could submit a revised budget to ANACO at that time. It's not like we're going to have to wait months.
Yeah, all this offer too, I mean, by the looks of it, it's going to be a couple $100. So we could probably talk about that offline if you have any specific questions, just to keep the ball rolling.
Okay, so I guess what we do is a slightly different format from Mary. What we do is simply eliminate all the ineligible expenses. So you'll see all our programming expenses are just zero because all of our programming expenses come out of our fundraising and donations and other non-operational funds. And that's why that section under programming is basically blank, so that the only expenses you see on our budget ask that we send to ANACO is the eligible stuff like administration and repairs and operational expenses, hydro, fuel and propane, water, water testing, septic pump outs, that kind of stuff. If you look year to year, you'll find that our expenses are basically identical because we don't seriously upgrade. We're not expanding. So except for an insurance bump, all of those operational expenses will probably be about the same. We are still sort of catching up on deferred maintenance on the hall. So we haven't quite finished switching over to LED lighting to try to save money on our hydro bill. We got a couple of plumbing repairs. This is like tiny, tiny stuff. I feel like, I don't know how much detail you really want to know about this.
So what's your bottom line ask then, Dee?
Our bottom line ask is the 17,290 at the end. Our total ask would have been 19,390, but we didn't quite use all of our operational funds from the last go round. So we're basically subtracting that and only asking for the 17,290 this time.
And
So-
sorry, just to confirm everything, what you're doing there is just exactly right. So for here, we would set up a $17,290 budget. You would, that would get approved, and then you're free to bill against that. And then the opposite would happen too. So if you had actually overspent or insurance comes in over, even next year, if you have the capital to float it, but you would have your, your total anticipated amount, but instead of a negative adjustment, you just have a positive, and then you ask a little bit more, and then it would kind of flow through. So yeah, exactly. What you have here is perfect. And then for my 2-year budget, I would just take your 7,290, or my 5-year budget, take that 7,290 and then just gross it up by 2 or 3% or something to come to a plausible expectation of what it might be. And then again, as we said before, if you know of any big expenditures on the horizon, either build kind of build for that within your own budget, or let us know, and then we could start sowing for a surplus.
Okay, we have no major cap in view right now, except for one project, and we're seeking grant funding for that, which is the installation of fire-resistant siding on the building exterior, which I'm hoping will actually help us with those insurance costs. But apart from that, we are all just minor repairs and maintenance at this point. I'm interested in what Mary said about shifting our fiscal year boundaries, because it is really a brain bender having 2 different fiscal year ends to deal with. So I think I'll also take that back to our membership at a general meeting. I don't think anyone will have any objections, and maybe we can all just get on January to December, which would make life simpler.
So my direction to staff at this point is to just use those 2 numbers. I would actually, put in an extra 1,000 or 2 for WCC insurance, who knows what. So we're 63,570 is the 2 combined. So let's say 65,000. Let's budget 65 for both of them. And then just so both of you know, we do have, as Mike said, 10,000 or so sort of in the cushion, if you will. We requisition a little higher in the first couple of years for who knows what. So I'm happy with that, and to move on unless there's any other further questions.
Nothing for me.
Okay. Thank you,
Okay.
Mary and Dee.
So
Thank you so much.
Yes, thanks for the chance to participate. Do you need anything further from us, or can we go?
Just be in touch directly with Mike as you get more detail, more firm numbers.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, once we put it through membership and have all of that, I will send it all of the information into Mike or Aniko.
Great.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone.
Right.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
Director Anderson, did you want the screen up for any further discussion, or do you want to close down and look at the rest of the services?
Yeah, no, I think that's fine. So let's just do 65 plus whatever our internal admin needs are for that service. So just about this new format, I concur that was really useful. And I just note that if the fire department is here and FOCI and the first responder folks, and I don't know, like, it would just take our full 2 hours. So I would just love to be in conversation about how to best do this in future years, include the directors.
FOCI wouldn't be involved. These are simply third-party organizations that are submitting budgets to us that we've identified. So it would be the fire department and the community halls, no one else.
Yeah, if I could add too, this meeting wasn't to set a deadline, like budgets have to be in here, they have to show up. All the applicable meeting formats that you have available to you, like you mentioned, actually going there, touching face to face, whether you guys meet every quarter, meet every month, meet every week, that doesn't vote. This is just an additional opportunity.
Yeah.
That's kind of over and above. So if they're not here now, like I say, outreach can still be done anytime at your leisure. So yeah.
I just work on sort of a no surprises if we can. It just would have been valuable. Okay, is there anyone else? I see Sean's with us. Is there anyone else on the call that maybe doesn't want to stay for the next hour and 15? If we can get to it first, Sean, should we do fire department and anything else and let you go, or what's your desire?
Sean's cool with
that. I know your time is very valuable, so let's do whatever Sean's here for, and so he can move on.
Sure. Sounds good.
Yeah, so he's with the fire. I don't think we had anything major this year as far as events or anything affecting that surplus. Yeah, overall we're just on budget, and then we're actually saving a little bit of money due to our friends at ICBC cutting rates.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, Tom here. Have we received an actual budget request yet from the Cortes Island Fire Department?
No.
Can I jump in real quick? I did
go ahead,
speak with them on the phone, and I was just told verbally that the number will be a 5% increase.
Looks like Sean has some info maybe.
No,
I have not received any.
That's what, yeah, I mean, verbal, we're talking, but if we're asking for official written Excel spreadsheet, no.
And then I did make the actual request, and I know that they had to pass it on their board, I think a couple weeks ago. It was supposed to come, but it's still not here in time for this meeting.
Okay. The only piece that I'm aware of here was the Superior Tanker Shuttle Service report. And the last direction from the board was to have some conversation between CIFA, myself, and staff that is still yet to come. I did speak briefly with the chair of to also have chats with Mac, which I've not yet done. But I think my only real interest for the service is if there is any way of the SRD supporting increased water storage for CIFA, I guess that's in the form of tanks. I know in the Superior Tanker Shuttle, there was some analysis around potential different locations of water storage around the island. And I think the recommendation was to really just have the water storage as much as possible at the halls so that you weren't running around to different places trying to water up. But I would very much support, and I think the community in the face of what's happening globally would very much back me in putting funds into purchasing water tanks. And I know there was some consideration in that study about ownership and, you know, whose tank would it be on whose land would it be on, and clearly if there's a will, we can work around that. We can own the tanks and we can put them on the school district land or on CIFA land or what have you. But I know that CIFA has been trying to fundraise through grants and community asks for increased water storage. And I would like to know what our ability is to support water storage purchase and supply on the island. And so in addition, because perhaps they haven't included that in their budget, if we're only looking at a 5% increase, which I'm fine with, I would like to look at over the next couple 3 years, some significant capital capacity for water tank acquisition, and would love to hear Sean's thoughts on that.
Yeah, sure, Nova. So the conversation around Superior Tanker Shuttle Service is interesting in that I read on the Cortes Currents about 2 or 3 weeks ago where a representative from CIFA was quoted as saying they're no longer interested in pursuing that. So if you've had more recent conversations that counter that, I mean, I just wanted to raise that out of interest. And yeah, the purchasing of water tanks, it depends. We can purchase the water tanks for them to provide service as is, even if they're not going down the accreditation service. So it does outline in the consultant report that it's preferred that this infrastructure would be publicly owned. So does the regional district look into reaching out to the school district, the Siskin Strata Council, the CIFA, the current owners of this infrastructure, and purchasing already existing infrastructure? Do we install new infrastructure? We'd probably have to do an assessment, a further assessment on the existing infrastructure. But yes, this is a good undertake.
And I concur, Sean. I may hear slightly different opinions from different people at CIFA, but I think that the Superior Tanker accreditation is kind of neither here nor there. Maybe it'll happen someday, but I think that the pieces to whether you get the accreditation or not, the pieces that add up to potentially getting the accreditation, some of those are very, very valuable. And it seems that the most valuable of those is indeed water storage. So what constitutes public ownership? Is the school public ownership? Is CEFA public ownership? Clearly we are. Siskin would be.
Yeah, I'll take that one on. So typically, if the regional district is going to provide funding for capital assets, then typically we would have to own them on behalf of the public that is paying for them. That is the typical scenario for capital purchasing for the regional district.
Yeah, but given that we don't own land there, could we own the tank and put them on somebody else's land and still have that considered to be public ownership?
That's a possibility.
And have a lease spot or whatever arrangement can be made. So
Yeah.
I would like to seriously consider putting in the capital budget for the next few years the purchase of at least one large tank on each end of the island, if not 3 or 4. So I don't know what further investigation is needed. I'm sure CEFA would have a good budget estimate of some tanks because they've been putting in grant applications for other organizations. So I don't have a number for you, but if that direction could be put into a number and brought back, I'd be grateful.
Yeah, I don't have those numbers as well. So I believe too in our last conversation with CEFA, they did note that some of the equipment that they had planned on purchase was used, and then they're looking for new. So anyway, long story short, I believe they're going to come to us with an increase on their already existing capital budget. We had 200,000, I believe, to buy some new equipment in the year. So it looks like they're going to increase that number. We have tracked equipment here, but our costs are, quite old. We just have the accounting records that go back to the to the 70s, but they have about 1.2 million in equipment currently. So that's kind of what the capital contribution is going towards. So I would say any numbers they do want to formulate, it should include the water tanker and then everything else. And then so we can kind of get an idea of what kind of average annual contribution we should be making to support the service over the long term. Thanks.
Yeah, I just don't think they've ever thought that water storage was something that the SRD would fund. And in discussion with them around the Superior tanker, I thought, well, why the hell not? They've been trying to fundraise it through every other means. I mean, they can put out an ask to local philanthropists, but it seems like this is such a core piece of what local government would do. So is it appropriate then to ask staff like Sean to connect with CEFA and bring back some budget suggestions around that?
Yeah, I think like ultimately it'll become up like whatever you want to support and authorize, then we'll do our best to facilitate any of those amounts. So yeah, we definitely, if we can get some more firm numbers, and then also a timing of when the funds would be very roughly, like just the next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years type of thing. That's kind of what we're looking for.
Yeah, sooner the better on my end. Like if they can buy some tanks this coming year, why the hell not?
Yeah, it'll always be a good idea to actually look at the capital reserves and everything else just to make sure they are building, because like I said, a lot of their equipment just only has a 20-year lifespan anyway at max, and they do can roll that in. So yeah.
And I'm willing to increase the requisition to accommodate water storage, is what I'm saying.
Understood.
So, no, but is the community vision the priority for the SRD to undertake new areas for water storage, in addition to having conversations with the current water storage owners on if that should come under SRD ownership, or do we want to focus on just new areas at this time?
Well, I think today's discussion is really about budget, because there are probably all kinds of different choices that will face us in the future as we look further into this issue. But I believe right now we're looking at budgetary resources and the direction that the director would like to have the budget take in respect of this particular issue. So
yes.
Yeah.
So my apologies, Sean. I certainly don't have the knowledge to answer that in a good way. I would defer to the fire department's wisdom on that. I mean, they know far better where water should be than I on the island. It seems logical to put some water in Squirrel Cove. And I mean, I'm digging a massive pond on my property and letting the fire department know about it. I mean, I'd love there to be encouragement for individual property owners to do that and to register those water sources. And Are there other public places, even community forest land, where other water could be stored? Like, it made sense to me to just litter the island with water, but then this study said, no, it's better to have them, you know, in centralized places. So I completely defer to the experts on that, but it seems like water storage capacity is the key priority, and that just hasn't come up in our budget discussion. So I would really ask that those of you who know better than I bring back some suggestions about how to make that happen over the next few years, and what money needs to be needed to support that in a good way.
Yeah, sounds good, Nova. I mean, like we said, the study was really focused on the needs to meet that accreditation. But if we're just going with the concept of better water storage across the island, that gives us more flexibility.
Yeah, exactly.
One question, if I could pose it at this point, and this might be a question for Mike. Looking at the page up on the screen right now, it shows a property tax requisition projection and budget for 2021 of just over 234,000. And I compare that to the maximum requisition back in 1990, when this was established, that was 94,000. I'm assuming that the dollar per thousand is what is generating that maximum amount. I'm just curious how close we are to that ceiling in the current year. Do we have any idea as to whether we're bumping up to it, or we have quite a bit of room left, or what the situation is?
Sorry, I was muted. So yeah, if we just use last year's requisition number, I come to a 2022, or I would come to a 2022 maximum of $316,500. So we're well under.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and this is by far the biggest expense, from Cortes taxation. It makes up, I think, about a third of our overall taxation. So it's not unsubstantial. And I don't mean to, say willy-nilly, let's max it out. I've been pretty, harsh with them, trying to, eke things out over the years and not have great variations. That being said, fire protection and forest fire protection, interface fire, there's just nothing more that's on people's minds right now. So I would really love some recommendations. And if it means putting a bunch more in the budget for a couple of years, I'm really open to that conversation.
Yeah, I'll just jump in there again real quick. So currently we've transferred about $50,000 a year to reserve. So even if we don't get information with the from the fire department, just because it's such a big concern, we might just want to look at ramping those up, so we can look to do a 5, 10, 15% increase just on the reserve transfer. And then that will give you just more options in the future.
So at present, if I understand, we're taxing about 240-ish, and we've got 315. So we've got an extra 80,000 capacity if we were to max out the requisition, which I'm not suggesting we do, but if we increased the capital reserve contribution by another, 25, 30,000 for the next 2 or 3 years, I just would love to know how much is a tank. Like, does that get us a tank a year or not? I just don't know magnitude, but I would be comfortable in doing that.
So yeah, that would be the one issue there, because we just don't know the timing versus the timing of the other equipment. Because like I say, they do have 1.1 million, but that's cost going back from quite dated. So yeah, it's just the thing with fire. It just takes more and more money every year. So definitely do it.
Okay. Well, if we cannot get drilled down to the specific numbers, which we don't have at this point, but just to know in concept, I support, within reason, whatever the fire department puts forward when we get it from them shortly, with consideration for potentially some tens of thousands more for water storage.
Okay, and if we don't hear from the fire department, you would just be open to an extra 10, 15, 20 in the requisition, assuming we put that all in the bank and store it for the future? I was going to say, for our draft budget, you'll have the opportunity to change it, but like I say, if you're looking to support an increase, I could bump that 50 up to 60 or 75 grand or something. So it would be a sizable increase, or we could slowly start doing it from five
Yeah,
grand.
no, it's not the time for slow, unfortunate. Sean, do you have any sense of what it costs to install a large water tank, buy and install?
buy and install, maintain about a 5,000 gallon water tank, 9 to 10 grand at most.
10?
Yeah.
So just totally stabbing in the dark then, Mike, I would say let's do a 10 grand increase in capital contributions for the next 3 years running.
Okay. Okay, now you'll see that in the draft, and then, like I say, you'll get another
Yeah.
crack at it if you want to amend the amounts.
And then plus the 5% that we're anticipating from the fire department overall.
Yeah.
And then we'll take another wrangle at this in the new year.
Sure.
Thank you, Sean. Did you want to stick around for the first responder or anything else?
Yeah, I think that would be appropriate. And I just also want to
Okay.
mention, if you haven't been to Hornby soon, highly recommend just Google their fire departments. They've had a lot of local artists just make their tanks
Yeah.
beautiful. So
I've seen. Yeah, there's one at the recycle center there that I saw a couple years ago.
I could jump in real quick. So I did speak with the Cortez Island first responder here. So of course they did put a hold on this service, and they don't have a start date that they can anticipate. So for the operating expenses here, that 242 is a little bit of our cost. I just assume full spend on their side till we actually hear from an invoice. So they are working on doing some training now to get ahead of that. And then in the reserve, we have that 17,550. So I believe in last year or the year before, there was this decision to max out the requisition, which we did. And so the if you take the 2020 requisition and you add the yeah, I guess not important, but anyway, the 17,550 in there is for training or any type of future costs. So if we see any further costs on the horizon, let me know and we can increase the reserve transfer. But I have notes in here from last year that we were that was the only major reserve contribution. So perhaps going forward, we could just issue the draft with, say, a $5,000 contribution, and then you could see what the impact is and go from there.
So just for clarity, I'm looking at the budget from last year. We taxed 44,000 in 2020 and 21,000 in 2021. So we should have 65,000 or so there, no? Because there's been no money spent.
Yeah, so this one assumes full spend, but alternatively, we have you're right, $26,000 surplus, and we have 17,000 in the bank. And so depending on what they actually do bill for us, will it should, like, the maximum they should bill, we should see as far as expenses is the 30,392. So I don't know if I did answer your question there, but yeah, we have surpluses of cash here.
You've lost me, because I thought we requisitioned 44,000 in 2020 and 21,000 in 2021, and there's been, except paying back the service establishment reserve or feasibility service, there's been no expenditure. So why don't we have 65 grand in a bank? What am I missing?
Well, we have 17 in the bank, and then technically right now we're kicking along a $26,000 surplus. But for the purpose of this budget, because they haven't given us a start date, it could start for tomorrow for all I know, or maybe it started yesterday. I don't know, but because I don't know when to expect a bill, I just assume full spend, so that's why it's coming down. Chances are, if we don't get a full spend, I'm going to revise that spending estimate, and then that's going to increase the surplus. But yeah, you're right. We have $65,000 in total requisition since we started. We paid back the 16 for the initial feasibility studies. We have 17 in the bank, and then depending on what they bill us, will be the surplus we're carrying within the income statement there.
And Sean, are you aware of any intention on spending that in 2021?
Yes, 9 of their members have completed the full first responder training. I'm just waiting for the invoice on that. So there will be some spending on that in 2021.
Any sense of how much of that?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Okay. And any sense about future budget? I mean, I would just say we worked so hard to get them this service, and it's been really hard to get off the ground. Fund them what they need, within professional reason, but I don't know what that number is.
I could 5% verbally. Nothing in writing.
Well, I could jump in here. I do recall going through the approval process where the the fire department basically said in year one, our costs will be much higher because of the training requirements. After that,
Yep.
after done with that, the annual cost should drop substantially. What exactly that looks like, I don't know, but I think there's probably a public expectation that the costs will kind of level out once the training is done.
Clearly, and no training happened in 2020 as anticipated, so they're doing some now, but I don't know if they're doing as much as they'd hoped or if they're splitting that over 2021 and 2022. So clearly we need to fund their training requirements, and then clearly it drops off. Yeah, I concur.
Yeah, for this, I think when we draft, it might be a good idea just to take any excesses and just put them into a reserve. So when the training does come, we'll just have a pot to draw from.
So are we anticipating something from the fire department on this one?
Yeah, we're getting some, Bill. It should be less than their full budget because, like I say, the service not there is just for the training component. But like I say, we're talking about this year's number, and they could start. I mean, they just haven't given any guidance as far as when the service kicks off. So, you know, like I say, it could kick off tomorrow, and then we'll get the full budget. I don't know. So I've made the most conservative estimates here.
No, sorry. My question was for this coming year, 2022. Do we anticipate receiving a budget from them shortly for next year?
Yeah, this was in the same boat. So when I talked to them, they were, I believe it was 3 weeks ago, and they were 1 week away from actually passing the budget through the board, and then it was supposed to come here after, but I've yet to see it. So the numbers I've used in my draft, so I bumped it to the 5%, which is actually pretty consistent with how they've, you know, like last year they sent us a 5-year budget, so I'm just looking at the 2022 number, which was about 5%. So yeah, that's all the info we have.
Okay, well, we'll take another kick at it when we have more detail from them. Anything else, Sean? Any other service you want to weigh in on?
Nope, nothing from me for either fire or first responder.
All right, well, if you want to stick around, by all means. Let's just go through some super simple ones. I don't even think you really need to bring them up. Grant and aid, let's carry on, you know, with about the maximum. It's been about 25,000 really consistently for years. I'm really happy with that. The feasibility studies, oh, sorry, of course, I can't open that item now. You could just bring that up.
Feasibility study, it acts kind of like your grant aid. We just have a $20,000 budget sitting there.
So we've got 18,000, 19,000 in reserve, with seemingly no capacity or interest to do any more. So I'd just say let's not tax this year. Just zero out that requisition until there's, unless somebody has something to say to convince me otherwise. But I think 20 grand is enough to do something with.
So real quick on that, yeah, we're gonna have a surplus this year. So the only tax we do is usually we have a bit of insurance liability and internal domain cost, so we just kind of tax for that. But yeah, there won't be a $20,000 requisition just because we're packing such a big surplus. And so for that, just if you think the cost of studies are going to go up or down or anything, just let us know and we can start a transition to that new amount.
Yeah, no, I'm not aware of any at this time. I mean, I don't want to complain about the district, but our ability to get to historical work items is stretched at best. So I think to try to add new services at this time, it's not the thing to do. So I think at this point, really just zeroing out requisition going forward and carrying that 18,000 rolling year to year is fine.
Okay, yeah, I have a note here to build that back up to 20,000, but
Oh, that was from a previous year? Okay.
Yeah, just historically, I think in 2018 it was just shy of that. But for all the feasibility studies for the electoral areas, like I think Area A is $5 grand, B and C are about 20, and then Area D is a little bit more. But yeah, we just try and just maintain a like I say, a $20,000 budget.
Okay.
Should initiative come up, you're free to go, and then
fair enough. So that would mean in a couple of years, barring more studies, we would zero out the requisition.
Well, I would keep it. I mean, next year, I mean, I have a rough draft here. It's $236, and that just pays the insurance and the initial. So, yeah, it's pretty close to zero.
Yep. Okay. Moving on. Let's just do some other super heritage. Let's jump to heritage because it's a non-thing that I just keep on the books because it's hard to create services.
Yeah. So that one we're just we transferred it to reserve just to kind of clean it up a bit, but here I just have notes. It's for both area B and C that we're just accumulating $1,000 to support future possible initiatives.
So sorry, when you said you transferred to reserves.
Yeah, if you see the expense there is 33,660. So I just put that into the long-term reserve. And then every year we'll do a just tax for the $1,000 addition. So you should see that slowly growing year over year.
And what would be the value of that reserve, given that I have no idea what would even do with this service?
Like I said, that's the whole existence of the service. Like I say, somebody at the board brought it in to provide support for future heritage conservation efforts. So like I say, if there's no idea you don't need it, I would just say drop the you could drop the requisition. We can.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want to keep the service because God knows what. But I think having a 3,000 in the bank is absolutely sufficient. So I just zero out that requisition.
Okay. Yeah. Just so you know, any type of heritage, especially if it's, you have to do construction or repairs, that will get, rather pricey, but.
For sure.
Yeah.
And that can be for a future director to, make plans. But as far as I know, I've talked to the museum and various property owners with old buildings, and there just isn't anything on our radar. So it's
okay.
It's a placeholder at this time.
Yeah.
Okay, back to the list. So heritage, house numbering is a non-issue. It's kind of part of planning. That's fine. Let's do the feasibility. Let's do the two garbage, the 374 and 376.
Yeah, I don't have too much to comment on there. We are expecting your tipping fees to come in a little bit under, and then that, of course, will just roll over to the next year. So 374. So yeah, this is the one we have notes on just for the tipping fees. We collect the $9,999 by fees, and all the rest is supported by property tax requisition.
So dare I ask what's happening with this commercial user bylaw that's been on the books to update for a decade? It's in legal schmozzle.
I can advise that has that's still on the shelf awaiting some direction. I believe there was a report that went to the board regarding the legal authorities that the SRD had in respect of solid waste management under the Regional Solid Waste Service. And it's been complicated because the Comox Valley, the Greater Solid Waste Board, initially had exempted a lot of these sort of local landfill operations from the purview of that solid waste service. And then I believe it was 2 years ago, they amended the bylaw to reverse that decision so that they were no longer exempted. And the legal opinion we have is that that means the regional district doesn't have authority to be setting rates for these things. So there's a bit of an untangling of a Gordian knot that still has to happen with the Comox Valley. And I don't believe that's happened yet.
So what would it take to advance this? In my super cursory conversation with the CVRD, the belief is that there's certainly a way of untangling this and getting clarity. I remember the various legal opinions and reports before the board, but I don't know what the next step is, and I would certainly like that next step to be taken to get clarity, because we have a commercial rates bylaw that is, I could have drafted a napkin from a dream. It makes no sense. So, I'm inclined to give them free garbage drop off at this point because it's so absurd, but I don't want to do that. So what's it going to take to amend this one and get the authority straight?
Well,
Is there further board direction needed? Or is it just a matter of staff trying to get to the bottom of it?
I'm not sure if Dave has a response, but I believe this has gone to our board, and our board has said we need to check into that in more detail and figure out what can we do about this. I don't know if any of that's happened yet, quite frankly.
And my memory is that was a year or two ago now. So I know this isn't directly budget, but I would love to know from Dave whose desk this is on and what it will take to advance the clarity on this bylaw so we can update it. And that there can actually be some motion on this file. Perhaps Dave isn't with us.
Well, we certainly have the recording of this meeting. We will be obviously ensuring that all of the actionable items coming out of this meeting are dealt with.
I would really appreciate it, Tom, if you could get back to me on sort of, yeah, whose desk is this on and what's it, is there anything I can do to support this moving forward? Because I understand it's a schmozzle, but somebody's got to be able to figure its way to the bottom of it.
Certainly, yeah. Okay.
So then, barring that, this budget is relatively self-explanatory unless there's some recommendation from staff around a budget amendment based on an anticipated bylaw amendment. But I can't take a guess at that. Like, if we have an updated bylaw, commercial bylaw that comes into effect in 2022, are we somehow not going to have funds to support this? I would trust that we wouldn't get ourselves into that situation. We get ourselves into a situation where the updated bylaw would be revenue neutral at best. Would that be a fair assumption?
That would be typically the understanding for revenue generation, unless you're saying that the cost of running that needs to be offset by increased revenues.
Well, I think that the commercial users should pay for their own usage, so I don't think that needs to come from increased property tax requisition.
Sorry, I was referring to other revenue sources besides taxation.
Well, that other revenue source is that 999. Is that not what we collect from that commercial account bylaw?
I do believe so, yes.
Right. So when that bylaw gets updated, we just need to make sure that the revenues collected by that updated version is at least 10 grand.
That would have a revenue neutral effect, yes.
So then I don't see there being a budget taxation implication.
Yeah, let me be clear. I have absolutely zero idea whether collecting 10 grand from the people who use that site is the appropriate amount. I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just saying,
yeah.
If it's revenue neutral, that's what we would typically collect in a year. If it turns out that a new bylaw suggests something different, then something different would be in that place.
Sorry, I apologize for my frustration, but I feel like we have this conversation every year and we don't get anywhere the last 7 years or something. So yeah, I'd appreciate an update, Tom, on where we're at with that file. Okay, the next one, the collection. So we had a contract update in the last year or so. I trust that this budget includes provision for that. Any new information from Recycle BC or anything that would affect this budget, Mike? Or
you are correct that we did have a user update. I think we went from 569 to 603. So that will all be incorporated. Looks like we're a little bit under budget with the contract and tipping fees and everything else. So everything looks good. Other than that, we've had no major changes. We had some significant increases related just with the tipping fees, but yeah, I think all that's subdued.
And we've got almost $100,000 in operating reserve, largely because I haven't wanted to decrease the annual user fee bill, which is I think 80 or 90 bucks or something. Although it has been more than the services needed on an annual basis, it's been unclear to me what Recycle BC's future plans are. And we've year after year after year had work plans to do more public education around recycling, do pamphlets, do outreach to the public, which hasn't happened to my knowledge. So that's why I've been carrying a really heavy reserve, because we were going to do some works and we didn't know what Recycle BC's future plans were. But I'd like to know at this point that those reserves are not increasing.
Yeah, that's correct. We have no planned contribution, and even the recent ones, I just think we were in budget in other areas, so we just tucked them away into the operating reserve. But yeah, we don't have any planned draws to further the amount until we have direction to do it. I'm not sure where the capital reserve came from, just because we don't have a lot of cap. I think that's just from years gone by. So we could look to shift it, but until we actually have a plan doing it, it's just sitting there available for your to give you options.
Okay, and I can't quite see to the very bottom under manager comments. Is there anything there? Maintain service levels. So in previous years, we'd had on the work plan actually to do some public outreach around recycling education, and there was some interjurisdictionality confusion between the authority of the SRD versus CVRD. It is just like the last service. So I don't mind who does it and under what authority, but we've had funds designated there in that operating reserve for a long time to do some better public outreach around recycling programs here. So I would ask that get put back on the work plan and cooperated with CVRD or not, but either way that some of those funds get used, because the recycling and organics in the waste stream here is quite high, and there's a lot of vacation rentals that just don't know. So there's a lot of room for improvement through education in a really community-based way that maybe could be a partnership with a nonprofit here, or active partnership with CVRD, but I don't want that to fall off the manager comments work plan section.
Yep, and I just comment on that. Yeah, it is still there, and so part of that 8,300, I think we had notes going back to 2018, and that's when a $5,000 budget was put in. But yeah, it has been spent recently, so we are currently kicking it along. So when it does go, if it's 5,000, it's going to come out of that $8,300 pot, so to speak.
So I would ask then that be another place that somebody circle back with me on that $5,000 we'd allocated. Can somebody work on that, please?
Yeah, Wolf looks over the sewer, water, and garbage.
Okay, I haven't had any conversation with Wolf this past year about this. I see he's on the call. I don't know if you have anything to say, Wolf.
Yeah, good morning, Noah.
Hello,
yes,
good morning.
I'm just listening, and I understand your request, and I will be taking care of that. I don't
Thank
have
you. If there's anything I can do to support that, to connect you with good folks here, like there was a little ad hoc sort of compost group that formed that wasn't under any social profit organization here. It was just people who were horrified with how much organics were in the waste stream, and they were doing some outreach to community via little articles and things on the radio. And so there's lots of interest here with a little bit of coordination and direction, whether it be through the Friends of Cortes Island or some other little group who's happy to work with you on a volunteer basis or a contract basis, if I can be a liaison with you to the community at all. But I think that the real nut that we've never been, somehow we haven't got to the bottom of, is what is the who's doing what between the two regional districts on this one. And I don't mind if it's us or them, but I do really want some better public outreach here.
Okay.
And please let me know how I can help, Wolf.
Okay, well, thank you, and I will get in touch with you on that.
Okay. While we maybe have Wolfgang's attention, one service that wasn't on here that I did want to speak to was the liquid waste, which never comes up on either the B or the D list, but is a shared service between the two. It's shared service 340, liquid waste, which is usually put under the electoral area services, along with electoral area administration and gas tax and planning and stuff.
Yeah, that's kind of the one oddball service that's in the electoral. It's kind of like the gardens, I guess. It's in the electoral areas and then split between the two. So yeah, that's why we didn't have them in here, just because it's the single participant. So we just thought it would be a better idea to keep the focused on the single reserves. But yeah, you're correct. Well, it's 340.
You've got land use, which is a shared one here, but I would really request that this 340 get put into every budget cycle to have a discussion with myself and the director for Area D, because otherwise it doesn't ever get discussed anywhere because it's this weird anomaly.
Yeah, sorry, just to be clear on that. Yeah, we have a write up for that one in every budget. It's just in that that section you mentioned. So yeah, it's just not conducted at this meeting, but it's not omitted from the budget cycle.
No, clearly not, but there isn't a moment, unless I bring it up in these one-on-ones, where this service gets discussed, because we don't really discuss it at EASC either. So I would just ask that it get thrown into both the Area B and D one-on-one discussions every year. Clearly you can't get unilateral direction, but at least we can have a conversation. So what I note in the budgetary comment from last year on that service on 340 is future project includes septic smart education program and septic sludge dewatering study, annual contingency budget for legal and advertising costs. So the septic sludge dewatering study has been, I think, formally in there now, maybe for 3 years, but it's something that has been, at least in my awareness, on the work plan for a long time, since, before Wolfgang was here and before Mike was here and before Dave was here. And I remember, at least in the last couple of years, in these one-on-ones, having a commitment from Dave that we would look to find matching federal funds, that they were, or provincial, I don't know, that they were very easy to get these kinds of studies done. And then in the last EASC meeting, board meeting, when we were looking at applying for funds for Kwathiaski Cove and Area D water, I think I asked about this service, and the CAO said, well, bring it up in one-on-one budgets and, we can see if we can do it. And yet it's been brought up every year. So excuse again my frustration, but I've been told year over year that we're going to do a septic sludge dewatering study, providing capacity to find matching funds for it. So my question is it the lack of ability to find matching funds, and do we need more budget for it, or is it just staff capacity to get to it? How can we advance this piece of work?
Sorry, Director Nova. So the first thing we need to have is a program to be announced where we can actually apply for a study. So I will look into that, and I will provide an update. The first thing I would look at is the ICIP, the Investing in Infrastructure Canada. That's how we're getting the $10,000 for a lot of these studies. We have been successful, so we'll see if there is an opportunity for this, and I will be again providing an update. But that will be just for the study. How much is the study going to cost? The first thing we need to do is we need to reach out to professionals in this, have this expertise to give us professional fees, so we can find out how much that will cost. So if it is, say, if the study costs $25,000, for example, and we apply for this grant and we get 10, we still have to find $15,000 more.
Well, so that's my question, because this is, sorry, I'm try not to, I don't make it personal at all, but I am frustrated with our collective incapacity to get to this. So have we done some kind of cost estimates on what a study would undertake? And if not, what's the barrier to that?
I'm going to speak for myself. I haven't done that yet. So I need to come up with the scope of work in order to get these professional fees to understand how much it will cost to have this study done.
Okay, so what would it take to do the scope of work?
I need to understand exactly what the request is for the septic sludge dewatering program. What is it exactly? We need understanding exactly what's required, so we can get to the bottom to get professional fees. for an engineering firm to tell us how much it will cost to have this study.
So is that a conversation you want to have right now, or what's the impediment to having that understanding?
There is no impediment. It's just, it hasn't been done. It's just having a separate conversation so I can get all the details and I can address it.
Well, question if I could barge in here, sorry.
Yeah.
Has the question of having the study done gone to the board? And if it has, is there a description of what the parameters of such a study would be? And quite frankly, I don't know. I don't recall seeing this at the board. I don't know if it's an Area B initiative or Area D, or if it's a global thing.
It's an Area B initiative. I don't remember if it's gone to the board, but it's been on our work plan for many, many years. So if you need something from me, would somebody please tell me? Because I have been under the understanding for years now that staff, given that it's on the work plan, would bring something forward to advance this matter. And if it is a matter of lack of funds, if what Wolfgang is saying is that there just hasn't ever been an opportunity to apply for funds, that there's no grant in the last many of years that was possible to apply for, then do we need to increase the budget so we can just do the study on our own? But I don't want to just not have this happen again this year.
Well,
so what's it going to take?
We can look to see whether this has been fleshed out in terms of the scope of the study, and if it has, then I think it's relatively straightforward to look at what the cost of having that work done might be. If it has not been fleshed out, then I think there's probably further conversations before we get there.
So could we have the answer to that by early New Year so that we could potentially put some increased funds to do the study if there aren't other funds available from senior government? Like because we've had 5,000 to do this for many years now in the, where is it? Operating expenses. There's been this professional, I'm not seeing it in this version of the budget, but there's been a line for $5,000 of professional wages or professional contracts for a long time. So is that in the 26,000 operating expenses? My question is, do we need to increase the requisition to make this service substantial enough to get the work done? Is it a budgetary impediment, or is it just a staff time impediment to look at this?
Sorry, if I could jump in real quick, without knowing the dollar value of the study, that would be hard to say. But in general, yeah, the entire 26,000 that you're referring to is is available. So yeah, we have let's see here, engineering fees and some other professional fees. So there is money in there, and as well there's some reserve money. So yeah, I don't think a requisition increase would be needed unless the the cost of the study is substantial, and it's also going to be a question of where the study located, just because, like I say, it is a split service. So I assume the costs are going, or the benefit to each of the areas is going to have to kind of follow in line. So yeah, this one's a bit tricky for the just on that aspect because it involves the other area.
Well, and that's why over the years, because as long as I have been in this seat, Cortez has not had, or Area B has not had one bit of value from this service ever, to my knowledge. And Area D has. There's been various studies over the years for Area D. And so it respectfully is Area B's turn to get some value from this service. Mm-hmm. And it's been budgeted year after year for there to be some work for Area B. So I don't think that this needs to go back again, to a discussion between the two of us directors that is never beneficial, given that it's been budgeted. So I think what I'm hearing is it's just a matter of staff turning their attention to this, as has been promised year after year. So Wolf, can we have a chat about this?
Yes, that's perfect. And I will look into the infrastructure planning grants. There is a deadline coming up for us to put an application, but I need to understand first what is it was required and how much it's going to cost. And look at the eligibility and all the requirements. Okay, so sounds good.
Yep.
Okay.
And just to add there, I have a note here from the 2020 budget cycle. That there was because nothing was going to work, the requisition was minimized. So that's currently where it's sitting on my end.
Right, because we just keep failing to get to the work.
Yeah, absolutely. So
I just need to let my cat in. I'll be right back.
okay.
And you can hear Mr. Rooster in the background. Okay, I think we've just got land use planning if we want to do anything with that shared service and community parks. Is that right?
Yes, sorry. Yeah, community parks is still on the list and the land use planning.
Okay, well, let's do parks because that is squarely in my bailiwick. And I do have a little bit of direction there. Oh, 617. Just finding my page here. Okay, so we have maxed out this requisition for years. This year is the first, or last year or two, where we've had some substantial surplus because I think lack of staff hire, if I'm correct, in that, as well as a few projects that we haven't got to. There was some gas tax money put into some parks projects that I think we haven't got to in the last year or two. Can I have a reminder?
Yeah, just sorry, I was just pulling up the budget here.
We were going to do some kind of parks inventory that I think COVID sidelined.
Yeah, that's right. So that's the reason for I think we have the $8,000 budget that we've been planning to spend a gas tax on it. And that's just because we've adopted all the parks over the year, but we really need to inventory the assets on them.
Mm-hmm.
So here.
And
then as far as the capital projects, we have the Quaz Bridge construction. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. Apologies.
No, it's fine.
Cortez Island Trails Network, and then the Quaz Park improvements. And then we have several of the operating things I guess Annika is working on.
And we should
Is
also,
Annika with us?
I believe she is, but we should also remember there are other potentials which have not been publicly disclosed yet that could impact on this budget, I believe. But Annika would be more familiar with that than I am.
And then just
and I don't.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to add that up until 2019
cost.
we were paying off the debt. So my apologies. Go ahead.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I was going to say the requisition in this service was really at the maximum just because we had that debt and everything up until 2019, and then since then we've had a couple bit of the turnover and the COVID and everything else. So that's kind of deferred some of the projects along.
Yeah. So in my 2020 budget, I see an $8,000 government transfer. That was the gas tax for the parks asset inventory. And then there was a transfer from reserve for 4,000. That was also another, I believe, staff recommended project. What was that?
Yeah, real briefly. So you're right with the 8,000. The 4,000 was let's see, transfer. That wasn't the park signage from. You're looking at 2020.
Yeah, and then that got carried.
Okay. That one has Hanks Beach in there, and then so that we have a big reserve that funds the operating fund. So we usually budget for about $4,000 of Hanks Beach costs to. That's what's in the budget, and then for 2021 we have that variance because we added some of the COVID restarts to fund some signage and some pay for some additional costs there. So that's why you'll see a variance.
Sorry, the variance being
the difference between
the 12.
Yeah, yeah. So the
I see.
4,000 you see in the budget is the Hanks Beach transfer, and then the 4,250 is signage.
Okay. Is there any estimate on what the in-camera matter, how much the in-camera parks matter might impact this budget?
Through the, well, there's no chair, to the director. Oh, the chair is here. Hello, chair. We at this point have no idea as to what additional funds may be required to proceed with some closed session parks acquisition matters. Likely if something, I mean, we've already spent funds on legal fees and some groundwork in the 2021 budget. I don't have that total in front of me at this moment, but we would be looking, yeah, we could have that discussion offline, but certainly there would be additional costs associated with the potential acquisition of some different parkland on Cortez. We're probably looking at a, you know, $40-ish thousand maybe for that sort of a potential park acquisition.
And that would come out of the operating reserve, which is just shy of 80, is that right?
It could very well. So we have more flexibility. So generally, the capital reserve is due to capital, and the operating reserve is for operating. But like I say, if you wanted to bolster the capital reserve, we just fund that transfer using the operating reserve, so you can kind of shift money around.
Yeah. Well, my memory, and we don't have the reserve sheets anymore, which I actually really appreciate having in past years. My memory was that the reserve fund is the parks acquisition reserve, and then the operating reserve is sort of just a general reserve, which can do capital, it can do acquisition, it can kind of do anything. It's a catch-all. And when we bought the commons, we pulled from both reserves. So I think they are both good. Annika, correct me if I'm wrong, for that kind of work.
Well, I believe in the past we've done just as what Mike has indicated. Yeah, with respect to accessing either one of those reserves. Mike, do you have the reserve totals there? I've got a figure here operating. We've got about 83,000. Is that correct?
Yeah, so in this number, I think your number probably has a little bit of interest in it or a slight adjustment, but yeah, here we have the 79 in the and then in the capital we have 42. So a lot of our services have up to 4 reserves, and they're generally like land acquisition and capital I've combined for some. This one's special because Hanks Beak is restrictive. That's why I've separated it out, but there is no current land acquisition reserve for area B. However,
I respectfully challenge that, Mike, unless we've closed a reserve without my knowing.
Oh, no, we haven't closed anything, but there's probably $0 in it. It must have been spent before, but I have.
It's a reserve that gets contributed to from subdivision, so all of the Tan Island money went into it.
Oh yeah, that Tan Island money that we did
I know it's there.
Yeah, that was spent out a couple years ago. I believe that was under the prior CFO. Wasn't there a big draw from that reserve? I'll have to look it up, but I can get in touch with you on that one.
I'd appreciate having all the reserves, all the parks reserves, because yeah, they used to be really clear to me what was what, and this is less clear.
Yeah, but essentially for the parks, like I say, there's 3 reserves. You got Hanks Beach, you have 2 operating reserves, and you have a capital reserve. I've just combined the 2 operating reserves on here.
Okay. Anyway, what I wanted to say in terms of future work plan, I'm noting there's only 15 minutes or so, and Jim, I'm assuming that you're just kind of listening in, waiting for well, you're welcome to listen in, but it's not area C at this point. What I wanted to share in terms of work plan was in our official community plan, there are 3 park acquisition priorities: the Welltown Commons, which we completed some years ago, the southern tip of Cortez Island, which we've tabled at this time due to treaty matters, and then the third is the Children's Forest Trust. which is a large piece of land sort of in the center that is adjacent to the Regional District Carrington Park. And there's been as I'm sure Aniko knows, an organization, the Children's Forest Trust, that had been working for some time to raise funds to purchase those lands, and has been working with the private forest company holder, which was Island Timberlands, now Mosaic, to purchase those lands. And they are increasing their success with their work, both with fundraising and with their price determination with Mosaic. So they anticipate that in this coming year, in 2022, they're going to start reaching out to the Strathcona Regional District around the potential of that park that they fund coming into the Regional District Parks portfolio. So what I've said to them, much like Hanks Beach, was that the only way this is going to work is if they can fully fund the purchase and come to us with an endowment for maintenance. So they're aware of this. So this isn't going to be costing us money as far as I'm aware, but I would like to put that on the work plan as a priority for this coming year, is to work with the Children's Forest Trust, or I think it's actually called the Forest Trust for the Children of Cortes Island Society, on that acquisition, because it might be better that the acquisition comes straight to the SRD rather than to the trust and then transferred to us, even though all of the fundraising would be done by the trust. And then equally, access to that property, I would also like there to be work done to access that property from the south, from Whaletown Road. There's been I don't need to go into a whole lot of detail, but there's been a new owner that just purchased a quarter section of land that is willing to put a public trail through that land to access what will be the Children's Forest Trust Park through it. So just to say, on the work plan, I would love to see the, into our inventory next year, but at least to put it on the work plan to have some staff time to work on that, as well as trail access from the south, sort of from Gorge Harbor up into that stretch of land. I'm happy to take any questions or discuss that with staff. No?
No, sorry, I don't have any questions. Just if you wanted more on the reserve, I have pulled up the 2018 books, but yeah, even from 2018, you didn't have a land acquisition reserve for Area B. It was just the 4 reserves. So anyway, I just wanted to confirm that.
Okay, well, I'll go back into some of my old binders. Maybe it got renamed, but it was the Parks Acquisition Reserve that Tan Island stuff went into, and it's what I put a whole bunch of money into over the years, and then we drew down to purchase the commons. So perhaps you're calling it something different.
Okay, I'll do a double check.
Sure. The parks inventory work, I don't quite remember. Oh, that was just inventory on maintenance issues, is that right?
Yeah, for like I say, we've adopted a lot of parks over the years, and then these parks, they come with built-in trails, bridges, footpaths, all that. To date, we just have never sent any boat to actually generate an inventory. So it's more of an asset management thing. We just want to make sure we're drawing enough to support it. So we just need a list of assets. So that's the intent there. And then we're hoping to kind of double it up, get one person who could go to a couple of the areas to have a look at. So I believe Area C has a similar one. So that's the plan for that project.
And then I don't know where we're at with the Connected Coast project and its need for gas tax funds. At some point, there was discussion about needing to pretty much empty Area B gas tax funds to support that work, and I have no idea where we're at with that. And the reason that relates here is the Quas Bridge replacement. There was a recommendation from staff to, I think, take 100,000 or so almost out of gas tax to update, to replace that bridge, which seemed just so expensive to me. And so I didn't support it all, and it hasn't happened. But if there's any update on the overall need from Connected Coast that can be spoken about in this session, I'd appreciate it.
Well, I don't have an update. I can just refresh your memory on the board's resolution that we entered a agreement that made a contribution of $450,000 from gas tax for last mile on Cortez Island. So that was months and months ago, and nothing's changed for that.
Okay, thank you. 450. And Mike, do you have on hand what we have in gas tax?
Let's see here. Sorry, give me one moment here.
No, thank you.
For Area B for 2021, so this wouldn't include the draw, but it's 785.
So 300 and change, 330 or so extra. So I'm not seeing here the Quas Park, the Quas Bridge recommendation again, replacement. Is that, I just don't remember the numbers associated with that. So I'd like to see.
So I can briefly cover that. So my apologies. I could briefly cover that. Yeah, so the Quas Bridge originally went into the budget for 40,000. I think it went to get priced out, and it came in at a number close to double that. And so we haven't yet put in a new number. But that's what's sitting in the budget now is the 40,000.
Right, because I just balked. I mean, somebody cut a tree in half and put some planks on it 20 years ago, and it's worked. And so
yeah.
the engineering standards, I gobsmacked.
Yeah. Unfortunately, if we ever did that, as soon as we touch an asset, we essentially own it. So if we were to put up fencing or handrails and somebody slips and falls off, it's could be liable.
So if somebody just went without anybody's knowledge or permission and built another tree bridge and we never touched it, it would be good.
Yeah, it's hard to say once it gets to the courts. I don't know, but I know that's always a consideration when certain paths get on too steep a hill, and you want to consider whether you should build stairs or anything else. I mean, just the act of doing it, although you're improving safety, but now you're also could be held responsible for cleaning snow off those stairs or whatever happens to be. So that's not the case in a park because it's more expected that there's going to be no snow removal, but. Yeah, it is just kind of tricky to, we just have to build to a high standard to avoid potential lawsuits.
Okay, well, I guess at this point, given that we really struggle on Cortez to have gas tax funds available for other things, and that we know we don't need all of them for Connected Coast, let's budget 80 from gas tax for that bridge replacement.
Okay, I'm not sure if 80 is enough, but I could draft the budget with that and we could adjust from there.
Sure. And then overall, I would like to see this budget or this requisition maxed out, and any extra funds that we have go into the, what I would call Parks Acquisition Reserve, but whatever reserve would be best for doing that.
Yeah, I'm going to look up all the 10 Island stuff and then I'll get back to you. But just as a default, I would just be putting into the capital reserve, and then that could go to any capital acquisition.
Okay. So is that clear enough on this budget?
Yeah, I'll look it up. I can get in touch with you in base later, but I'm not sure what the maximum requisition is or how big of a jump that will be, but we'll have it drafted for you for the upcoming draft.
Yeah, we've maxed it out ever since I've been in this seat, I think, exception of the first year. Okay, we've got, I think, 8 minutes, so let's touch on planning ever so slightly, only because at our last, we've never done planning in the one-on-ones, and we've got a couple of meetings with all of my East colleagues on this, but I bring it up only because when EASC decided, I mean, it'll be a board decision, but when EASC failed to support the Planner 2 position last week, and I rolled my eyes at some level. Dave said, well, bring it up at one-on-ones and we'll see if we can find a workaround. And I smiled, and we had a bit of a back and forth because I said, look, I don't think there's any other workaround because it's a shared service. There's nothing I can do on my own. So unless somebody knows otherwise, I'm not sure that there's anything to be done here, but I am very, very, very interested in trying to find some way of doing a meaningful long-range planning on the island. The zoning bylaw desperately needs to be updated. The OCP now, I submit, needs to be updated. I would love some kind of really successful integrated sustainability plan or climate plan. I think we're supposed to be doing climate plans at this point by senior government requirements. I would love to see some robust community planning exercises, and the regional district has not been able to do those successfully, largely due to internal staff capacity, but also in the past due to contractors not really doing great work and then it falling back to staff. So in the absence of there being collective desire by my elected colleagues to fill this planner 2 position, I have been investigating the ability to work with nonprofits and direct award funds to nonprofits, which I would more than happily do. If we need to amend our purchasing bylaw to accommodate that, so be it. My understanding is senior government legislation around trade agreements, et cetera, does allow for direct awards to nonprofits. CVRD does do it. I'm sure others do it. I'm happy to try to get to that and amend whatever bylaws we need in order to make that happen. However, without funds, it's moot. So I guess my roundabout question is, in the absence of support from my East colleagues and indeed the board to fund 500, our collective planning function, is there any way for Cortez on its own to get to some of its planning needs? And I wouldn't even ask the question unless Dave told me to bring it up.
Well, I guess the purpose of this meeting is to kind of receive that direction from yourself, and then us, internally finding a way if that's possible. This meeting is about receiving feedback from you. So if that's the feedback we're getting, we will see if there's a way to make that happen.
And unfortunately, because of the history with our inability to complete the zoning bylaw and the OCP taking as long as it did and now being so old, and now people are learning about the Quadra ISCP, Integrated Sustainable ISCP planning process, and sort of the incomplete work there. There's a pretty low confidence in the regional district's ability to deliver these things. So, and yet there's not I've been talking to the Social Profit Network here. There's a social profit organization that's designed to do this, because this is indeed the core function of local government. Really, the Cortes Island Economic Development Association is the closest organization that has a big picture kind of mandate that did the Cortes Economic Development Plan. They're really the only organization that could take this kind of thing on. And they probably don't want to do it. But if it's the only way to get these done is to outsource to local organizations, I'm really happy to advocate for that. I don't think there's a mechanism, but just going on the record in these moments that I have recorded, I don't know if Quadra and Cortez can do something, in combination, because Area D and A aren't terribly interested in long-range planning updates. But it seems to be now falling, in the absence of our ability to do this work, it seems to be falling now to the community to fundraise on its own and organize on its own, to do climate action plans and economic action plans and resiliency plans. And then once they get those done, hopefully bring them to the regional district and ask the district to adopt them. But if the district doesn't have any part in creating them, I don't know what the likelihood of that is. So I feel at a complete helpless loss, where we have these planning documents that don't serve us, and an inability to update them, and a seeming inability to update somebody or fund somebody else to update them. So I'm just going on the record with my frustration, and I don't know if there's any way through, but any suggestion from staff would be so gratefully received. And in the absence of our capacity, the social profit community is just going to do what it can do and fund what it can fund, and it will sideline the regional district more and more over time and just try to do its own local governance in the absence of, which is a shame.
I don't know what you're really alluding to in terms of what that group would do, but I'm certain you realize they have zero legislative authority.
I do, and they have zero legislative authority and they have zero taxation authority, which is why it's so far from ideal. But if there's an organization that gets created, or if CETA takes it on and develops a climate action plan, for instance, there's a lot of interest here in developing some kind of community resilience plan that looks at fire and flooding and food security and all of these things that are coming inevitably with societal and environmental breakdown. If this isn't the kind of leadership that the regional district can provide, what I'm saying is the nonprofit community then is left with stepping into that void without any legislative authority or taxation authority, but doing the very best it can to provide a plan for the community to work with and pulling together the social profit organizations to try to implement that plan because there's nobody else doing it. Yeah. So I would love there to be some really significant resiliency planning happening, not only on Cortez, throughout the regional district. I think it's imperative. It's one of the core functions of local government is to provide big picture planning for communities. And we are in an absolute climate crisis, and I don't see the next 5-10 years being systems normal at all. I see the supply chain disruptions already happening. I see across the board suppliers having a hard time getting the things that they need. I see the workforce changing dramatically. I see people moving around the planet, fleeing climate situations all over the world. It's not going to change. And to carry on business as normal without making some kind of provision for the changing world that we're in is really short-sighted and actually irresponsible. So if we can't figure out how to do it, the community will in some capacity. But if there's any support that your legislative and taxation authority government has to support that work, would be fantastic. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Noba. It's 12 o'clock and you're right on the button.
Okay, I'm done.
As the chair of the committee, I would suggest that we take a recess for lunch till 1 o'clock, and at that time resume our meeting.
Thank you, Jim. And thank you, staff. And I particularly look forward to hearing from, I think, Wolfgang and Tom and Sean on a few of those follow-up items we've talked about today. Thank you.
So you can
kindly.
throw my name on that list too. I'll have a look at that 10 But if you want to, send me anything on that, the reserve, and then I'll get back to you too about the max requisition for Area B parks.
Thank you, Mike. Have a great lunch, everyone.
Thank you.
that, it should give you the option of sharing your screen.
Okay, so I'll just pull the file onto my main desktop screen when it's time, and then I'll just open and that will share. Is that right?
That should, yep.
Okay, great.
Just so you know, Rebecca, we have received the information that you're going to present. You sent it in electronically, I believe, and you sent me both electronic and paper copy, which I received.
Okay, great.
And I know, Dave Leach has looked at it. I know, I don't know about planning, whether they have or not.
Okay, yeah, I was sort of pre-prepared that everyone on that side would hopefully have a copy at access since it was already sent in. But I can screen share it. I will screen share it when I present today.
Yeah. Well, I don't have it in front of me today, but I had it before by email.
Okay. Excellent.
Okay, a couple more minutes and then we'll start up. We're on our lunch break right now, I guess, in between directors.
Yeah, we had a quick one, and then back to the grind, so to speak.
Yep. For the first 2 hours, I had another meeting with the Coastal Community Network going on at the same time. One was a conference call, and the other was me doing the chairing here on your Teams meeting. So I just had to stay muted. I had to stay muted while I was talking on the other one, and then switch back and forth.
You're listening to everything in stereo, I guess, eh? And you get the
Yeah. It's just it's kind of weird because you've got two completely different topics going on with completely different people.
Yeah.
And that one's a coast-wide forum that I'm appointed to by the board, Coastal Community Network.
Mm-hmm.
And same issues there with it's budget time, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Election time.
Good to take advantage of the technology while it's at hand.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad one was a regular good old plus conference call because I could do both. So Dave, when are we getting our connected coast? Come on. Say tomorrow.
Last mile, you're probably be looking at probably February, March. Last mile.
On quad.
We've had some delays with highways getting our permits for Cortez. But we've had to involve the minister and the ADM because they're just been creating an enormous amount of bureaucracy that's unnecessary for us. So
what else is new?
What's that?
I said, what else is new with that lately?
Yeah. So we would already be building on Cortez if it wasn't for highways. So I think they said on the 23rd of this month we're due to get our permit for Cortez, and then what we're trying to do is align up a template that's going to work for all the other areas. So 2022 will be the year, though.
But you'll go ahead and you'll do the last mile installation, even though the cable's not there yet.
Yeah, last mile will come first. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So that hopefully by the time we're finished the last mile, our landing sites are there and we just plug in.
That's the hope.
Yeah. But we're definitely going to have last mile first so people can see things happening and get people connected, signed up, and then just plug in once we bring our landings there.
No, that's great.
We're laying cable, I think, starting on the 23rd of this month.
What is, sir?
We'll be laying cable in the ocean come the 23rd of this month, starting up at Haida Gwaii.
Oh, great.
Yeah, working our way down.
Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't make that opening at the ship the other day.
Yeah, it was a good shindig we had there. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good.
I had other commitments I couldn't break. So.
Okay, 1 o'clock. Should I kick us off here with the introduction?
Sure.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and reopen the meeting, Mike, and say welcome back to everybody. And we are on the single service budgets. From 1 to 3, we're supposed to be doing electoral area C. And welcome to all the members of the public, members of any societies or whatever that might be on there. And I think the comments that I got earlier from staff was that if we had organizations or whatever societies that did sign up to be on this meeting, that we would go ahead and do them first so that they didn't have to necessarily sit around for the whole day. So I know we have Rebecca Young here from the Quadra Island Community Center to talk about the Quadra Island Community Hall subsidy, which we do every year. And there's been some changes this year. So Rebecca, maybe if there's anything else anybody needs to say it now. If not, we'll go ahead and ask Rebecca to give her presentation to the board. Basically, you have a whole string of board members here. If you're on Teams, go to the one that's called participants, which is the one with the little people sort of overlapping each other. That will show you the names of the people that are actually on the call. So Rebecca, go ahead with your presentation.
I think Mike's got something first.
Yeah,
oh,
sorry. Good morning and welcome, everyone. I just had a quick introduction here, just because some people here from external agencies. So just kind of recap where we are and the purpose of today's meeting. So good afternoon, welcome. Thanks for attending. These are the electoral area special budget meetings. SRD staff are in the midst of building our upcoming 5-year draft plan for starting in 2022. And these single participant meetings are held in addition to the regular board and committee meetings with the intent on giving individual EA directors a more open and free forum to engage with staff and the public regarding the services specific to their area. Before we begin discussing any of the individual services, I just want to give a bit of a recap of where we're at in the budget process. One of the first steps we take is to review the current year results and make estimates for what's going to happen for the rest of the year. And then we compare that to the budget. From there, we use all those estimates to try and derive a surplus estimate, and that will get rolled over into the following year. So it's kind of an important first consideration we look at in the first step of the draft budget. All of the surplus estimates were summarized and reported in the last East meeting, and we've carried those tables over to today's meetings. These are just the kind of the current estimates for each service, and we'll continue to revise everything as we progress through the budget cycle. This meeting is not really intended to focus on the current year operating results. It's more of a fact-finding mission, but we did include the information from that report. So I just wanted to briefly mention an important concept as far as surpluses goes, because it commonly comes up. It's not so much the amount of the the nominal amount of any surplus that impacts the next year's budget. It's rather the change of surplus from one year to the next. So if you have a rising surplus, that increase will effectively act as a new source of funding, which could offset future taxes, while a falling surplus would have the opposite effect. That's kind of an oversimplification of it. The surplus deficit is not always a good indicator of what your taxes are going to do next year. It's just one of the factors. So as the surplus goes up and down, we spend time to try and understand what's really driving the change, because you could have a shorter or long-term effect. One example we use, if we have a project that's scheduled for December, but it gets delayed a month till January, because we're looking at a December 31st cutoff, that would actually generate an operating surplus for the year, and it would go away in the first month of the next year. On the other hand, if you have like a one-time project that comes in under budget, that would be excess funding, and those funds could be redeployed elsewhere to put into reserve or to lower the future tax increases. So staff are going to look at all these factors when it comes time to draft the recommendation to see, how things balance out between any tax increase or a surplus draw. Our next financial plan is also going to consider commitments from any long-term contracts, inflationary increases, supported business case, and all the board resolutions and direction we've received over the course of the year. It's also going to consider what we discuss at this meeting. There's no deadlines or budgets specifically associated that need to be submitted today. But like I say, we're just here in kind of a free or form meeting to get the director's input, so we could better craft the first version of the draft budget. The draft budget is scheduled to be deliberated in New Year, and all those meetings are going to be advertised in the local papers and open as required by the legislation. So there are further chances for more input and more feedback. If the director would like to see any additional public outreach done, please let us know so we can plan for it. In the year prior to COVID, some of the directors opted to have staff travel to their local areas to host open house events. But that since COVID outbreak, we've curtailed a lot of the face-to-face outreach, but we're interested in hearing on your opinion anyway. We also did publish a schedule. However, the director shouldn't be restricted by that. We're free to cover any services you want in any given order. So we have opened the meeting to some outside organizations and who are funded by the budget, and they're here today. So we could look to getting that first, so they don't have to stick around for the whole meeting. And yeah, the floor is yours. So you can take us away to any service you like.
Okay, Mike, thank you very much. And pardon me for the faux pas of not introducing you to introduce the topics. So thank you very much for giving us that clarification on what we're doing and the way things work. So having said that, I would now, unless others have anything to say, I would go over to Rebecca to give us a presentation on the Quadra Island Community Hall Community Center, as we call it on Quadra Island, to tell us what it is your budget has to say this year. Notice the increase, and that's somewhat of a concern, and I'm sure you can address it. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Thank you. I'm just gonna bear with me for a minute. I'm gonna try to file share the budget, and then I'm just gonna go over it verbally and explain line by line to give you a picture of where we're at. And can you guys see that?
I could, but now we lost it.
Okay, let me try again here. How's that?
Now we got it.
Okay. So
at least I've got it. I don't know. Everybody else got it? Anyone doesn't have it?
Okay, great.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just going to go down line by line, section by section here, and I'll try to be as quick as I can. And not take too long, but just to explain things. So we have left in the budget, just as a reminder of where we're at, the line for BC Direct Access, just reminding that we are not, that is not available to us anymore in terms of eligibility. So that was taken out of the budget a couple of years ago, and thankfully that funding was replaced annually by the SRD, which was approved, I think, 2 or 3 years ago. So that's wonderful. Thank you so much. That's a big part of our budget. And then so for line 7, donations, we've put in forecasting $5,000 in donations to the society. So that's we're hoping to have success in that. We'll be doing we'll have to do some donation drives in order to receive that amount within the year. And then if we go down to line 8, fundraising and events, so that is in there at 5,000 as well. And normally our fundraising initiatives that bring in that portion of our budget is larger type events, so large scale community events. But of course, because we're in COVID, we've had to completely change that and reduce that expected amount. Usually we have a higher amount in there, or we sometimes make more if we have a good fundraising event. So we've changed that. And we've left it, we're going to focus on not having the large community events as our fundraisers. So we have to pivot a little bit there in COVID. And then if we go down to 9, we don't have any new grants coming in for operations that we know of yet for next year. And then if we go to line 10, haul and equipment rental. So in 2021, right in the middle of COVID there, we had to take that out completely because we did experience a time where we were completely shut down from rentals. So that wasn't part of our income. So we've put that back in since we've been able to open up, and things are gradually starting to happen with of course, under the appropriate health mandates, but we've kept it at a low expected number just to be on the conservative side and make sure in case anything changes, in case we get further shutdowns, depending on what happens with COVID. But we're still in the goal of making $10,241 in that revenue. And then, so if we go into parks, SRD parks revenue, it used to be that often when we would receive the funding lines, they were split. I think now they're often combined, but it's still split in our budget request here. So that's for parks, grounds, external maintenance needed. So over the year, we're just foreseeing that like a lot of the infrastructure is aging, and we are having to do lots of repairs. There's lots of repairs coming up. So electrical storage area, shed needs work near the tennis courts, irrigation, pump house, regular grounds work is within that as well. Field maintenance, external facilities maintenance, that's all combined in there. And then for programs revenue, we've left that out as well, just because we aren't forecasting that we'll make a lot of excess funding on programs revenue right now. Everything's pretty slow to happen, and if we do get any programs happening, usually right now they're more of a break even with the community. So we're not making money on programs. And then if we go into the SRD tax levy ask in the next column, number 13. We are asking for increased support due to the income reductions in hall rental programs, fundraising, and events. And so, yeah, it is higher what we're asking for this year, slightly. And then interest is on par with a slight increase for inflation in line 14. And 15, memberships, same thing, on par. Part of our budget that we have gained is royalties from the author Hilary Stewart. So we're forecasting that, we're hoping that her books will still sell well in 2022 2022, and we will bring that income in. And then if we go down to expenses and we go to line 20, the accountants and bookkeeping and financial expenses continue to go up incrementally each year. So we're comparing our expenses there with what was spent last year, with a slight increase for costs going up. And then if we go down to advertising and printing, we're aiming to cut costs, keep costs low there as well. We've kept them low in 2020 and 2021, and we're aiming to keep that low as well. So we're just really shifting our spending there to reduce that income and doing much more online platforms and donated for the local papers, donated ads and whatnot. And then auto and travel, that just stays the same pretty much. Bank charges are on par. Educational development, that's been taken out of the budget completely in order to save expense there. So no, previously it has been included in order to allow for our staff to have training or education opportunities. So that's taken out. And then if we go into fees and licensing, it's on par. Fundraising events, that's reduced as well to spend less money on that. We don't know. Most likely it won't, if we're still in the same scenario, it won't be a year where we're going to have our big May Day event and spend money on that. And then if we go to line 28, insurance. Now insurance is up quite a lot, and that's based on a reflection of the prices going up drastically in 2021, and also the board of directors would like to explore potentially having on this external policy go from a 3 million coverage to a 5 million coverage, and so that number reflects that. And then if we go to office, pre-COVID, that's typically the spending that we need to do on all the supplies and equipment and whatnot that we need for a functioning office. So that's returned to pre-COVID spending. And then if we go into line 30, parks expense, ground maintenance. So we're forecasting that based on what was spent last year. So there's a lot of things that, like I said, are aging out, and we're finding that maintenance is something that we're having more projects coming up that just need to be taken care of in terms of making sure that the facility stays in really good condition over time. And then janitorial supply, that's on par. And then line 34, telephone and internet, same thing, on par. Utilities, that's remaining about the same with a little slight increase for the inflation costs. Contract labor, we've deleted that in order to cut costs as well. Now, wages and benefits has gone back to pre-COVID levels. We did have to cut staff quite a bit in hours in order to stick within budget when we lost rental income during COVID. So we are trying to increase that. As many people know with COVID, even though things might be canceling, you're spending a lot of time doing pivots, and you really need that staff support to figure out whatever it might be, new fundraising events that we have to tackle, new ways of doing things. So yeah, we're looking at returning staff to what it was pre-COVID in order to be able to do everything we need to do. And then GST expense, it stays about the same. And then we have our total operating expense at $212,850. And then just of note on the total expenses there, if we go down, that bottom line is we're still cutting our costs and where we can. We are still over $10,000 reduced in the overall budget compared to pre-COVID. So we're still really curtailing the budget there. So I think it's 10,466 less than pre-COVID, so 2018 total budget. 2019. And then I'm just going to go down to the.
Before you do, Rebecca,
sorry?
Before you do, yeah, if I could interrupt, before you go down any further, I think the one line you skipped, unless I just didn't hear it, was line 32, repair and maintenance.
Oh, okay. Yep. So yeah, repairs and maintenance. Again, just I think I mentioned before, but maybe I missed that line, that that is an ongoing thing that is becoming more and more apparent as things age, that we're ending up having to spend more money on that. So that's based on reflecting on more what we've been spending and the projects that we are forecasting will need funding for coming up.
So you did mention that on line 30, which also went up, and that was ground maintenance.
Yeah.
But this is repair and maintenance, so it's a little different. But altogether, it's what, almost $28,000 in repair and maintenance.
Yeah. So facility maintenance. So for example, this year, what came up as something that absolutely needed to be tackled in order to make sure that the facility keeps its longevity was we had to recently just redo all the fascia boards in the entire facility. So that those kind of things, they're items that you need to get. Often they're bigger items that you need to get professionals to come in and do that construction work. So yeah, that's for facility itself, and then the other line is for parks and grounds.
Just a question. Okay, go ahead, continue.
Okay. Yeah, so just going down to projects, as many of you are probably aware, previous budgets, we often have a line where we have a special request for extra funding that's outside of our general operating budget. And so sometimes it's been bigger projects like finishing the courtyard in 2011 and that kind of thing. So this year we're asking for support for the invasive species, particularly broom removal, which we did get some support last year. Yeah, we're asking for more support there to the. Yeah, and then just going down to, oh, my writing here is. Yeah, just on an explanatory note, again, if I didn't mention it in line 7 there, just mentioning that going back up there, yeah, we really have to pivot in order to receive those donations, and as well with fundraising too. Like I mentioned, there's a lot less opportunity to have the big community events, which were always our fundraiser for the society and for the community center. So we've really pivoted, and we're doing things like producing clothing and greeting cards that are community center designs that are left by the artist Hilary Stewart, and we're able to try to replace some of that funding. So we're really working a lot on trying to make sure we can still get that community support in terms of fundraising and donations, but in different ways than previous. And then, yeah, and then just, I think that's pretty much it from me. I'm just looking down my notes here. Yeah, so if anybody has any other questions, that's what I have to explain going down the list.
Okay, well, thank you for that. You did a very good job. I guess the discussions that I had had with our CAO, Dave Leach, were sort of general on the fact that the increase is roughly $20,000 for the year.
Yes.
Which is a substantial increase compared to usual years. It's usually only a few $1,000s, maybe up to $10,000, but you have had extenuating circumstances, and yeah, I've lost your page again.
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry. Here, let me get that. Is it there again,
Yep,
Jim?
there you go.
Okay.
It's back. Yeah. So, you know, I mean, you've explained it very well why it's increased. I believe you are nowhere near the maximum amount of requisition, so that's fine. It's just basically a cost of doing business, I guess. And the community center is an integral part of our community. And so I, appreciate your work and the work of the board, especially for all that they do. The one comment that you did make that I have to question is you talked about the separation of parks and the hall, that it used to be that way, but it isn't anymore. As far as I know, as the director, there has never been any change in, we have community parks and we have Blanken Community Hall, Community Center. So anything that is the community park comes out of another budget, being community parks, and everything that comes out of the hall centric, out of lot 205, then that would be part of the hall budget. So I'm not sure, if you've got some things in here that maybe shouldn't be here, that should be over in community parks. It makes no difference in the long run with, it's here or there, but it's still all coming out being spent. So,
yeah.
But perhaps it looks better if it's not on your budget and it's on community parks budget.
Okay. Jim, I can just clarify what I meant by that, and which may have confused things. It's simply how we get the direct deposits for the requisition. It used to be split, and we would have lines when we get the funding that split out the amounts, but now it's all just one payment that we receive. So that's what I meant by that.
Okay, but all of the work that is being done, equipment that is being purchased, whatever, that you have listed in this budget is specifically for the community center owned property. Is that correct?
Yes, so it's for the community center and essentially the facility, the building itself, and Blanken Park, the whole grounds, but we've just got that split into those two lines. So the SRD parks revenue in line 11, and then 13 SRD tax levy.
If I could
well, I'd have to, I was going to ask Mike if you could please clarify.
So essentially, I believe they're dealing with two contracts. So we have the line 13, 161 that comes out of the community hall service, and then the other line is just an operating thing through the park. So I think those would be done individually. So I think it would be worthwhile to separate them though. So if you actually scroll down a bit, if you go to the 2020 results. Just because you have everything together and they're kind of guided by two different. So if you scroll down just another half inch. So there you go. You got excess revenues from 2020, 3494. So it's a small amount, I guess, immaterial for us, but I just say just for record keeping, because this combines all the parks activity and the community works. So it might be an idea to separate them, and then just so we get an idea of whether the excess operating revenue goes from one service to the other. And so thing I didn't see is that $3,400. Essentially, you have a $3,400 loss for that. Did you carry that forward somewhere into your 2021 or 2022 just so you could get some type of payment for it, or did you just incorporate that into the numbers? I just didn't see it anywhere as I looked at it.
Just whereabouts are you looking?
If you go down to see the negative 3494 for the excess operating revenue.
Oh yeah.
So usually what I see is, like I say, if you have a loss one year, you just roll that over and it'd be an extra expense line, or if you had extra money, it'd be an extra income line. But I say that 3494 is going to be the combined effect between the two contracts, so it could make sense to split it in that regard.
Okay, and I do have my. I'm just making some notes about that, and yeah, we'll work with that with the bookkeeper for sure.
Yeah, but as Jim said, I mean, it's essentially two pockets and all the same money. But I'd say for nuts and bolts and planning, it might be an idea.
Okay.
And yeah, I feel for you on the insurance too. That's hitting everybody. So everybody's going up. Anything to do with property insurance, it's a minimum of 25%.
Yeah, and I guess that was the one other point I wanted to make, and I know we're going to discuss insurance separately, but obviously that number that we forecasted is still it's quite high on that 9,000 to go up to that 5 million coverage, which is pretty standard these days. But if we can't get reinstatement under MIA, that insurance coverage would go up probably a whole heck of a lot. That's still based on hoping to get reinstated under MIA, but we can talk about that another time. I just wanted to mention that.
Okay, so are you saying the number that you have here, the 9,000 or whatever it was, that number would go up? Or it will go up to that?
Yeah. If we can't get a reinstatement under MIA, it's probably insurance would probably go up a lot.
Go up above the 99,000 or whatever.
Probably.
What you're saying?
Yeah. I haven't had a quote on basis on that, but yeah, I would think it would.
Okay. Well, no, we've been trying to get to MIA for some time and just hasn't worked. But anyway, hopefully we can get that happening. Plug in my computer here, seems to be dying. Okay. All right, are there any questions of Rebecca on this one from staff?
When I was writing for ESPN, I got a
Question?
mailbag
Okay, well,
question.
pardon me, who was that? Can you stop sharing your screen, Rebecca, please?
Oh, okay. Did it work?
Yep, well, I think so, I don't know. Got you on as the main part of my screen. Okay, somebody was just speaking. Who was that?
Yeah, I'm sure I didn't recognize the voice.
Okay, for a second time. Person speaking, did you have something to say? If not, I'll just say thank you very much, Rebecca, and you're welcome to stay if you like and sit through the next couple of hours, or you're welcome to go. But thank you very much for coming and going through that, and we'll have to figure out what we're going to do about it.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the invite. This is something new, and luckily the internet lasted so that I could join you guys. And yeah, I will probably jump off here because I've got a bunch of other work items I got to work on. So thank you, and have a wonderful day, everybody.
Okay, thank you, and you have a good one.
And as well, I just want to mention huge thank you to you all and Jim for supporting the community center. It means a huge deal, especially during this last, 19 months or however long we're into COVID. It's amazing. So thank you for your support.
Oh, you're more than welcome.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, so Mike, did you want to, let's see, where are we? Do we have any other presenters that you know of, Tom?
I don't believe so, Mr. Chairman. No, I think that's
Okay.
it for see.
Okay, so then we have the service. We might as well do this one while we're here, right? Is that okay with you, or do you want to do something else, or what?
Fine with me. Any particular order, any particular topic? It's you got free reign of this one, so.
Okay, well, you're an easy guy to get along with. Okay, so the budget is as presented. Dave, did you want to say anything on this, since it was you that mentioned it to me that you know, the 20,000 was sort of a unusual hike?
No, I mean, Rebecca presented it. I mean, I'm happy that she came and, supported it. And really, we're here to receive input from you. If you're happy with that, then, we receive that budget, put it into the draft budget, and take it from there.
Okay, well, I'm certainly always appreciative of the work that Rebecca does and the work that the Quadra Island Recreation Society does on our behalf. It is our building. It was built by the community. And since it was on Crown land, when we took over the Crown land, we got the building. And so now we have to keep it up. And I think the board has done a remarkable job of, what's the term Gerald uses all the time, making a silk purse out of a sow's ear. That's kind of what we've been trying to do with this building, and all of the improvements that have been done in the last couple of years, the seismic upgrading that was done, the amount of funding that we didn't get. Now we managed to stretch that to an incredible degree. And just, I can't say anything good enough to reflect what these folks have been doing. And remember, this is a completely volunteer board. I believe there's about a dozen people or so. And I think it varies from time to time, depending on committees and things. But Rebecca is the employee of that group, and they are our contractors. So I'm fine with this budget. We move ahead with it.
Yeah, we'll have that all included in the draft budget, so you're going to get a look at it towards here after the new year, the impact on tax and everything else. But long story short, you'll get another crack to have a look at it.
Okay. Well, at this time, I have no reason to make any changes. They've gone through it very carefully, and I think it's the only thing I would like staff to look into is the removal of the actual community parks expenses from this particular budget, because they are separate. They're two different things, and we've always tried to keep them separate, and usually have. So this year is just a little different. So it's, like you said, it's a small number, but it could be bigger. The community parks part at times has taken up huge amounts of money with the ball fields and things like that. So, okay. So the next one would, I guess we could go back to grants and aid, 127. Okay, can you make that just a little bigger? Is that possible, Tom? Or are we maxed? Yeah, that's good. Okay, so grants and aid, as I understand it, Mike, is every year we look at these numbers, and it's always Greek to me, but
I can give you the
fault.
I can give you a quick rundown if you like.
Well, sure, if you want to. That's, I mean, I can see what it says here, but I think the bottom line is that we've kept it at around $40,000
Yeah.
for expenditure
Yeah,
per
since
year.
since 2018 at least, it's been 40,000 a year. You spend 20, then 25, and then you're about 20 again. So you usually spend about half that. So as you can see up there, we have the property requisition and the surplus is about divided in half. So yeah, in any given year, you have up to 40,000 available, and your average, I would say, over the last couple of years is about 20. So we tax about 20.
Okay, so the requisition should be whatever it takes to make it 40 even.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so then we move on to 132 wharves.
Yeah, just a brief info here. So these are the three wharves that have always been funded by the Transport Canada funds. So there's never been a surplus or deficit because we just draw the applicable amount. So that would be the one thing to consider, is that the Transport Canada funds will never get refreshed, and we're using ongoing operating costs so far. And then in the current year, by 2024, we'll have to get it all spent. So we're looking at doing some capital upgrades here to each of the wharves.
Okay, and we did talk about this. I know I talked about it with at least Dave, if not you, and with Wolf, and that's on. Okay, let me back up. First of all, it was my understanding when we did the wharf transfer from Transport Canada, divestiture, I should say, the money came with the total package, but it was allocated in pots. So like Port Neville, Owen Bay, Surge Narrows, they all got their individual money for their individual wharves. Is that
Correct.
Still the way you're accounting for it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the plan a number of years ago was to put a saltwater pump, fire pump at each one of the government wharves. And I think we've talked about this recently, that I think Dave or you looked into it with Transport Canada, and it is an allowable expense. Maybe it was Wolf, I don't know.
Yeah, I can clarify my input.
So
I double checked with the Community Works funds, and then they had issue with fire suppression expenses outside of an actual fixed fireplace. And then as far as the Transport Canada funds, I know we're allowed to repair and fund the existing one. Whether or not it goes into any improvement or expansion, Wolf could comment on that maybe. Or
okay, well, maybe you could, Wolf, because I understood that from, I think, Dave, that it qualifies to buy the saltwater pump, which we roughly budgeted at around $10,000 per wharf. So there were three wharves, Neville, Owen, and Surge, that qualified.
So yes, good afternoon, Director Abram. The fire pump that is being proposed, I don't have any other information. I'm following exactly what Mike is telling us. What we got an answer from the province about using community work funds, and that's what we have. There was also a concern about who is going to be using the pumps that came from our office as well. So and we couldn't find anything in the agreements that we got from Transport Canada that were to supply these type of pumps. There is no requirement that we need to have that in those agreements. And I don't know of any other source for us to actually buy these pumps.
Okay, well, again, the source.
Sorry, go ahead.
The source, as I understood it, was that it would come from the Transport Canada funding, and that funding is ours to use. And having a fire pump on those wharves is definitely a safety concern and should be carried out. And since we can't do it through Community Works funds, and there's no other funding source, it was my understanding from talking with our CAO that yes, they would be covered, or they could be covered through the Transport Canada money. And I was just using the estimate that was given to you by the people that looked into it for the type of pump and everything. And it was between $9,000 and $10,000, I believe, roughly. And
so it sounds like Wolf.
It's just for those.
It sounds like Wolf and Mike are saying that, Jim, the Transport Canada money can't be used for the pumps.
Sorry, I don't know offhand.
Oh,
I would have to double check, but yeah, we'll get back in that.
Okay, well, we need some clarity on that. Yeah.
I thought I heard Mike's comments basically saying that it doesn't say you can't. So.
No, sorry, I did make that. I only spoke with the province on the gas tax side, and then they had an issue with that. So I haven't actually referred to the contract, the Transport Canada contract recently, but I could have another look and have it. Yeah, I'm not saying if it does or not. You know, I assume anytime you rebuild a wharf, you would do it to today's safety standard, and if those pumps are recommended. But like I say, I'll just have to have a look at the contract to see what stipulations are in there. I just don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, well, I think is what Director Abrams saying then is he wants to fund the fire pumps if they can come out of Transport Canada funds that we have. So again, we should take that direction, and we'll look into that. Wolf knows about what the fire pumps are each. We need 2 or 3 of them. I'm not sure, but we'll include them if they're funded through Transport Canada.
Okay, so that's three pumps is requested, and that would go into the budget, so it'd be roughly 30,000 from the total number. You did say you're trying to spend up the money before 2024, so here you go. And I realize we have to spend it because otherwise we have to give it back. Okay, so that was wharves, and there's feasibility studies, 158. Can you pull that one up, please, Mike? Or Tom?
Tom's driving. Just if you just want a brief summary. So in the past, we had, I think, 20,000, and it looks like we've spent some of it in 2021. And then we'll be looking to build that reserve, I guess, back up to whatever level you feel appropriate, which is probably in the 20,000 range.
Yeah, we're at 24,388, right?
Yeah, so that's the total amount. But like I say, then we've actually spent 18,000 this year, and so that leaves us 6. Okay. So that's the amount we'll carry forward. And if you want to build that back up, we'll have to start taxing for it. But we can do it all at once, or you know, across several years.
Okay, well, probably if we could go with 10 this year.
Okay. And you'll, like I say, you'll have another crack at this. So I could draft the budget with 10, and then if you like the result, you could increase or decrease as you like.
Okay, thank you. Why do I keep losing my agenda here? Sorry, folks. Technical problems. Okay, so then after feasibility, North Quadra assistance, fire assistant response, I don't believe there's anything to talk about there. It's a couple bucks.
Yeah.
Okay, we can just move on from there. The next one being Kwathiaski Cove Sewer. I'll bet this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add. That's it was kind of a good year this year as far as major repairs, I believe. I think we had something, but like I say, it was close to budget. And then, yeah, we had some leftover, and Wolf and Jesse have been kind of digging into this one. So, yeah, they've been doing more work, and there's still some consulting fees so coming with the with the variance there.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
Sorry, that I was just going to say that surplus number of 2237 is sitting in the bank for the service. Is that correct?
Yeah, so it's going to roll over, so we'll have to tax less to fund it to replenish our repairs, maintenance, and engineering and all that. So
when you say tax less, you're talking about the annual operating cost. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. All right, sorry, I shouldn't say taxes is by user fee, but yeah. Long story short, the 20,000 will roll over and help fund next year's budget.
Okay, that would be very nice. I'm sure the people of Q Cove will appreciate that. And then we'll tell them about the water.
Yeah, well, I think that's the major story with here is just the upcoming capital work. So, so far to date, we've done, we don't have much in the reserve, and the reserve transfers have been fairly low. So, I think as we move to the future, it might be a good idea to recommend, some type of increase just to build that, because even with the 77% funding, we're still looking at 3.4 million for a new plant. So that's going to translate another 800,000. So if we're funding that by debt, and then of course the second you put in a new asset, you should be saving to replace it and everything. So there's definitely monetary constraints on this service, but
okay, we've got a couple questions to either you or Wolf or Dave. First of all, this was the one that we just applied for under the new intake for water, green infrastructure, and we applied for a new plant. Is that correct?
That is correct. We have not applied yet, Director Abram. The plan is to apply before the deadline, which is January 26, 2022. So we're working on that application. And that is correct, as to replace the major components of the sewer plant.
Okay, when you say the major components, you're talking about remove it and replace it, correct?
That's correct. Well, there are different components of the plant, but exactly, yeah.
Okay, well, that's good. And it's my understanding that that's the one that we're paying 26% on, which was around 800 grand.
That is correct.
Okay, and I think that I also heard, correct me, Dave, if I'm wrong, but I think you said that we couldn't use gas tax on this because it's partially federally funded.
Well, we may, we're not certain. We have to look at the details and see how much federal funding can be contributed to. So if, like Wolf, I believe, said it was a 40-30-30 split or thereabouts. If we look into the details, and I'm just making these numbers up, it says the federal contribution can be 50%, then we could take some gas tax money to top up to 50% because gas tax is federal. But we'll have to find out the details of the maximum amount of contributions, where they can come from.
Okay, so it's possible we could take, if they're using hypothetical numbers,
it may be possible.
We could take 10% more and stick it on there from.
It depends on the limits they put on federal contributions.
Right. No, I understand that. Okay. Otherwise, that 800,000 would have to come from the service area. Is that correct?
Yeah. So we'd either have to borrow it or increase requisition.
Okay. So if we did have to borrow it, that would be short-term borrowing, and I think.
Not. I doubt short-term borrowing. Short-term borrowing is 5 years. I doubt we'd pay back 800 grand or whatever the number is in 5 years. So it would likely be long-term, and we'd have to get assent of the community.
So it could be kept at a minimum anyway. As far as an annual
minimum. Yeah, I mean, the lower the better. But yeah, I think first things first, we have to apply for the funds, commit to our portion of it, and then if we're successful, figure out how we're going to come up with our portion.
Do we have to, I think this is the way we had to do it with Connected Coast. You have to commit to it and actually borrow it before they.
No, I think, no, what we did actually for recreation, what we did was we went to second reading on a borrowing bylaw to show our commitment. I'm not sure if you want to do that, but it was one of those things where we thought if we showed to them, we had our money in hand, it better enhanced our ability to get the grant. That was just a strategic move there. I'm not sure if you want to do that or not.
Yeah, well, if, I'm sure you know which is the best way to go and I'll follow it. Okay, on to, all right, so on these numbers, is this what I'm looking at on my screen? The top's cut off, but if you could scroll it down a bit, just a hair. No, the other direction, sorry, the other down. Page down. Okay, so it is Q Cove Sewer 331. So we're talking about the projection is going to be $4,000 more. Is that correct? Roughly?
For the surplus, well, we'd be going from 41 down to 20.
Sorry, surplus.
I think what Mike has on there, or I think what Jim wants to know is the cost of the service. Does it show here what whether you have a surplus or deficit operating cost or?
Yeah, so that would be the 20,000 number. So we entered the year with a $41,000 surplus. We'll probably exit the year with a 20,000, but we're still within budget.
Okay, yeah, I got it now. Sorry to be so dense. Okay. And Q Cove Sewer extension number 1, which is 332.
And this is just the parcel tax for the properties that opted not to pay that $4,444 payment. So we'll be doing a partial tax here for the next 20 years to collect it from everybody. And then it should balance itself. The big expense there is we got to do a bunch of advertising, but primarily now because everything's established, this is going to be supporting the debt payments.
Okay, so this was not charged last year, was it?
You're going to see this every year. So for that sewer expansion, we used a component of it for debt, and then that was all applied to the 42 properties that were that the expansion was for. Some of them opted to pay it, so we paid off those costs. Some of them opted to defer it, so we had borrowed money, and then we recoup that money every year through the parcel tax.
Okay, so what I was getting at though is the parcel tax this coming year will be the first year that you've actually collected it from them.
I know we collected in 2021.
Acquisition in 2021, and you can see on the table in front of you, parcel tax requisition 9957 for 2021.
Okay, so it's the same this year as it was last year.
It's going to go down a little bit just because that was the first year, and so we're going to have a little bit of a surplus, I suspect, that we'll carry forward. But yeah, all in all, you're going to be $9,000, $9,500 a year till the debt's paid off.
And I'm sorry, but we were all totally involved as a regional district in this particular issue, way too long. The question I have then is, can these people that opted to not pay, this is the one I've forgotten, is the ones that opted not to pay, can they at some point opt to pay? Or are they locked in now?
I believe they're locked in, Jim. There
Okay.
might be the ability to refinance come the 15-year mark or something like that. But short of that happening, we're locked in for the mortgage, if you will, with no.
Okay, that's, yeah, I thought that's what I remembered, but I just wanted to check it out with you guys because you got better memories than I do. Okay. House numbering, another expensive one. Can we go to that? My goodness. Well, at least we got $1 surplus. Great. That won't even get you.
Actually, it's less. That's just rounding because I have everything going to the dollar. But yeah, so this is just a legislative service that's been there for a while, and it just funds the some of the planning stuff. So not much to see on this one.
Okay, so this takes care of any house numbering that happens. Somebody calls up and says, I need a house number, and it goes to Douglas and he checks it out and gives them a number.
Yeah, I think that's actually an simplified stuff. I think he's actually got a bunch of stuff to do that's legislative, but yeah, we just call it house numbering, and I have yet to have the desire to look too deep into it, but Douglas has it well at hand.
Geez, you mean you've got nothing else to do? Come on.
Yeah.
Okay, so we
one day.
Okay, could we get to 555 economic development? By the way, I'm fine with house numbering. Just to say it for the record.
Yeah. And this one, just if you wanted a brief rundown, acts just like your grant and aid. We've had a $40,000 budget. You've spent, you got more of a fluctuation here, but yeah, 12,000, 24,000, 19,000. So essentially, we just kick it along. Any surplus stays within, and then you know, we just tax accordingly. But so far every year, I think for the next one, you're going to have a $20,000 budget. That's kind of what we have it drafted for, and then we have some money in the reserve too.
Okay, so the total that I would like to have access to is 40,000. So whatever you need to do with your magic to make that happen, please do.
Okay.
Okay, 618 community parks. Okay, so this is the one where I would have been talking about under Blanken Park that some things could be moved into this possibly. There's one item that I don't want to forget, and that is the addition of $10,000 for a tennis court, completely revamping, resurfacing, re-drainage. It needs it. It's been something like 15 years since it's been done. So $10,000 from community parks to be requisitioned. And I don't know if you've already got that in that 190 or if that's somewhere else.
I'm just having a look there. Yeah, the 618, that tennis court, we'll ensure there's a line item in the budget for it. So I'm not sure if that'll actually pass our capital threshold, but yeah, we'll make sure we have some funding available for it.
Okay, so this is the one where I'm not able to pull it up, but I wish I could. Could I go to the detail page, just the one detail page of where this 190, 122 is going?
Sorry, the 190, 122?
Well, okay, sorry. I guess it's the bottom number that I'm looking at, 218, 367.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm just asking you where's the money being spent, because I don't have the page in front of me, that's all.
Okay, yeah. So the actual budget for this is 299. We expect to spend about 218. And then
Can I see that detail page?
Okay, hold on one sec. Just scrolling to it now. One more moment.
Okay, that's fine.
Screen. Okay, sure that's too small. So what you're looking at here is the 2021 budget value column, and so that is this one. So there's the applicable revenues, and then that would be where all the funds are going. Can you see that okay?
Yeah, it's small, but I can see it fine. But it's because it's small, it's going to take me a minute to go through it. So sorry to hold you up. So the two columns that I'm looking at on the left, is that
Yeah, it
20?
would be. This is the 2021 column here. If you can.
Okay, this is 2021, and then
Yep.
the one over on the far left is projected. Or what?
Well, this is the price. This is 2020 predicted in the budget value, and then this was the 2021 value that was used to do our budget. So you see here, there's the 299 you're looking at for the total budget.
Okay, so if
that
we
is
could get
the
to the
total amounts.
there we go. Okay, there's one that I know can be reduced.
But yeah,
how come I'm able?
Go ahead.
How come I'm able to move the cursor on this one?
You probably just have your cursor moved over top. Here's my cursor.
This isn't mine. You see mine?
No, I can only see my screen here now.
It's funny because this is the first time ever in any of our scrolled meetings that I can actually move the cursor myself.
Okay, yeah, I don't see it moving here, but yeah, I guess that would be the big thing is as far as any like budgetary reductions. Yeah, we don't really cut dollars directly; we cut services. So yeah, if there's any particular aspects of the service you don't like, yeah, we could look in to see what the costs are, and then we could go to cut from there.
Okay. Okay, well, I guess it would be other professional fees and contracted services, building and maintenance, I guess that is. And then repairs and maintenance, those would be the main ones
Okay.
to look at.
So some of the numbers under the other professional fees that will include, we got a bunch of business case numbers in there. So that they got 58,000. We have the 35,000 master plan and then the inventory. So if you want to cut out one of the master plans, that would reduce the applicable draw, but it's not going to impact taxes because that 58,000 is essentially offset with that 43,000 from the gas tax in the 53. So. But like I say, if you just point out what services you want to cut, and then we could tell you how much of the savings would flow through.
Okay, well, I need to know, like, I need to be able to see what the services are within those three numbers that I gave you, three line items. That would be 387, 400, and 403.
87, 400, 403. Okay, we could probably draft up some report or something and then send it your way for.
Yeah, I mean, just an email to tell me what they are, and then I can send it back to you. And
Well, I could say the 400, that was kind of like we just talked about with the last presenter. So remember how she had those two lines split? So part of her, all that SRD stuff would come under here. And then, so very briefly, the other contracted services, we have, you know, the Hoskin Channel contract, the Granite Bay contract, Belkin Memorial QRS, John Kim Nature Park, Evans Bay Wharf maintenance, Espandel Park maintenance contract. So all the 400 is each of the individual parks. So for that one, we'd probably just have to locate which park is over serviced, and we could find the appropriate related budget. As far as 403, okay, that's repairs and maintenance contract, which essentially fluctuates every so often. So we got like 11,000, but the
if I can
usually
just,
usually. Go ahead.
I just want to interject. Like the purpose, Jim, of this is to not go through the individual GL codes. If you're scanning through the budget and you think it's appropriate that you're going to look at individual line items and you want them removed for some reason or reduced, happy to do that. It's not going to be our professional advice that we go through line item by line item and justify repairs and maintenance. If you remember, the board has got a base budget that once we establish base, we're not going backwards unless you intend on cutting services. So I'm not sure what, you know, the intent of this one-on-one again is to receive feedback for things in the budget that you may want to see increased, enhanced, services reduced, whatever you want. But it's not really the intent to go through each individual GL code and justify the existence of that.
Well, I get that, David. That's what maybe you're misunderstanding what, or maybe
Sure.
I'm just not presenting what I'm asking clearly. But what I'm asking is exactly what you're saying, is if there are things in there that don't need doing or that do need doing and aren't there, then you need to know that to either add money or take away money. And I'm just talking about the service itself. I'm not, you know, getting into the nitty gritty of, oh, it costs this much or that much. That's not my concern.
Sure.
My concern is, you know, there are some things that do need to be done and there's some things that don't need to be done. So, you know, that will affect your budgeting numbers. And I would think you would want to know that before you bring it forward to us. Is that not correct?
Well, if there's again services you want us to cut, then you let us know, and you know, we'll incorporate that in you. But you know, these what I'm looking at here is more they're operational items. Like you know, they're not going to be, they're only going to be affected by service cuts, if you will.
Well, when you say service cuts, you mean like yes or no?
No, I'm saying if you look at changing these numbers in here for what I'm looking at in front of me, and you either add or remove money from them, that is in essence adding additional work to those services or removing it. So I'm just not sure what your thought process here in going through these. Is there something in this service that you want to have enhanced or reduced, if you will?
Yes, there is. And that's what I just want to point out what that item is. And then it's up to the financial people to figure out what does that do, you know, up or down with money. And then it comes forward and we okay it or don't okay it.
Okay, well, so you give us the direction on what you want reduced or enhanced. And
yeah, as soon as I see what the services are included in, say, other professional fees, you know, that's one that comes up all the time in budgeting over the years. It can be everything from soup to nuts. So that's all I'm asking for. Just tell me what the items are, and then I'll tell you what what it is.
I was gonna say, as far as the other professional fees, so it's like, say, the two business cases that aren't funded through community works funds. The other one is we have a maintenance contract with Hoskin Dive, and then we just have a general danger tree assessment of 5,000 and some miscellaneous to like a contingency to go against all the parks. So if you didn't want danger trees policed or something, that would be a $5,000 cut. If for Hoskin Dive, it would be 5,000. But really, there's not really too much of extra put in there because everything in the current budget should be previously approved, and then we just kind of increase the dollar amounts and everything else over the years. So
and Jim, all the GL accounts in the budget for this year, the last 5 years, and all the GL descriptions are in there. So that has been accessible for you for literally years, what those accounts are and what they're for. And as Mike says, those are previously supported services. So again, you're the director, but if the intent of this is certainly not to go through every GL account, explain to you what it is, and then have you decide whether you want to increase or decrease. That would literally take days. All that information is available to you on the director's portal or the website in the GL accounts and the descriptions that are associated with them.
Okay, so the things that, okay, let me give you one example. I was told, I believe last year or the year before, that $100,000 had been approved for, this would be in community parks, I believe, although I think it was done under Blanken, for new playground equipment. And I balked at that and said, no, I'm sorry, I'm not going to approve that. And yet it showed up the next year as being an item. Just an example, okay?
If you had removed $100,000 capital item from there, it wouldn't have been in the budget. So again, we have detailed notes we make on the one-on-ones and the feedback, the business cases that we supply. If it goes beyond the existing budget, it requires additional revenue. We bring it forward to you. And if you want capital items removed, then you say it and they're removed. So that's what happens. We have record and minutes of that. So.
And you just said it a minute ago that, or maybe it was Mike said it, that he wasn't sure if we were approaching the max for our capital expenditures.
No, we mentioned a $10,000 item, whether that would meet a capital threshold or not.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, it sounded to me like, we might be getting to a point where we can't.
No, that's it's nothing to do with that. No, it's whether an item is declared capital has to meet a number of thresholds, one of them being financial.
Yeah, I misunderstood it then. I understood it. Yeah. But the fact of the matter is that if there's
additional, what you're looking in here is just regular operation and maintenance account codes. If there is anything, and I've said this before, over and above the base budget, then we are bringing them to you. So we went to the east and we didn't have anything there. So that should tell you that there's nothing over and above that's being added in here. So.
Okay, well, it was my understanding.
That's our opportunity. If we wanted $100,000 for the, some park or accessory equipment, Annika would have brought that to you last week.
And sorry, I got one thing to add on that. So as far as that playground, that actually dates back to pre-2019. So that might have even been in a 2018 ad. But since then, it's actually been through 3 boards. And I believe it was last year you had mentioned that. So we do know that there's still a need for it. So we just switched the funding to grant funding from Community Works. And so we still have it on the capital plan, but it's so far there would be no intent to do it unless we can get some type of 100% grant or you would further it. But we're just tracking it in the budget because it's a known need. But yeah, at any time through any of your services as you're flipping through, especially this capital project, if you don't like it, we can just bring it back to the board. But everything in here, like I say, especially that one's actually been through, 2.5 budget cycles before he spotted it. But like I say, you're always free to amend the budget or anything else to get it out of there. So,
But the fact that
I
Onoco
understand.
had no business cases means to you there's nothing additional above a base budget in here for parks or planning.
I'm not saying there is, Dave. I'm just saying that I want to see what they are. Because I don't know what they are.
There's nothing. Like,
Pardon?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what the projects that are being funded annually.
Well, to be fair, Jim, they're in our current financial plan that you've approved. We haven't added anything to that. So whatever you approved last year, the year before it carried, it is in the budget. We're not presenting that to you because it's already been accepted and that information is available to you. You can look it up any day.
yeah. It just
Well,
briefly,
and you
Jim,
tell us all the time. Excuse me, just one sec. You tell us all the time, Dave, that we can always change it. And our one-on-one meeting is the first opportunity that we get to talk to you about our individual areas and what we want or don't want.
Yes, but your role is to identify
you know,
what those things are.
But you can't approve them before we've talked about them. If
They've
you've already
all been
approved them.
They've been approved in previous years' budgets. There's
and
nothing additional. Then you need to go back and read those budgets, see what's approved, and suggest that. For us to go through past years' budgets here and identify everything that's been approved by the board, then what do you want?
You to. I asked for, Mike agreed to it. He would send me an email and show me the items, whatever they were. And then if there were things,
they are all available on the director's portal. They're all things that the board's approved, and they're all available at your fingertips.
And they're on the screen.
So then okay, go ahead, Mike.
We approved this one-on-one in August. I mean, directors need to be prepared for this is over and above changes that they want. I mean, for us to take this time and then go through the past budgets and identify for you everything that's been approved, I mean, that ship has sailed. We've done that work.
Well, then why bother having one-on-ones? It's just,
because there's changes. What do you want us to do? Identify everything that's been approved in previous budgets and re-go over those so you can have a second and third of them?
No, but if the director says, I've got 3 items in my whole budget, maybe, that I want revisited. You're telling me right now
you've had months,
I can't,
months and months
because I've had 3
identify them. Well, identify them for us. Then identify them for us. What are they?
What I need to do, obviously.
We've had 3 months of preparation for this.
I don't want to hear from you that we can't change them.
You need to identify what they are.
And then we can talk about it.
We've had 3 months to prepare for this, to identify. You've had 5 years of budgets.
We're basically talking around in circles about a process that seems to be a little bit in one portion, this portion, backwards. This should have been prior to the Electoral Area Service Committee.
It is prior to. We gave this to you months and months and months ago. This is information Mike gave you at the start of the year. You've had this for months.
One-on-one?
All the information that Mike's pulling up here, all the capital approved budgets, everything. You've had this information. This is approved budget. So if you're saying you want to go back and revisit it, then you should look at the past year's budget. What do you expect us to do here today? To go back and look at all the approved budgets put them in front of you and say, is there things you want to have a second or third look at to kill them? That's not the intent of this.
Okay, so just in that little, I don't know if you have the same screen up that I do, but it's capital budget and it shows a number of things in blue. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so just as an example, Granite Bay boat ramp improvements, $20,000. We spend this year, I think we spent $3,000, and it used to be between 3 and 5, and I'd always budget 5, and yet here there's 20.
What you're looking at here is an approved budget that you had last year.
The $20,000 approval was for the whatever it's called, the shoreline riprap buttress of the park. That's not the Granite Bay boat ramp. It's different. It's totally different. And then you've got Granite Bay shoreline repairs. That's the $25,000 that is the erosion work. The $20,000 for the boat ramp is absurd.
Jim,
that's
this
4 times.
This isn't the vehicle to revisit the 2021 budget. This is budget planning 2020.
When do I get to do that?
We already did it. You approved the budget. You supported it. We've done that.
I didn't support this. I didn't
You
support
voted
this,
in favor.
sorry.
Yes, you did.
No.
We have it in record. You supporting the budget. This is exactly what you supported. Are you taking this opportunity to revisit last year's budget? Because that's not the purpose of this one-on-one.
I'm taking this opportunity to do what we have done in past years.
No,
Dave,
you haven't.
without...
No, you haven't, Jim.
Okay, well, just forget it. Do it. You know, hopefully Mike will send me the list, or I'll go through the list.
You have it. You have all of this information is on the director's portal, and you have all this information.
Dave, when I can get to it on my computer, and I can go through it line by line.
You've had it
and
for fun.
if it shows, if I have it and it has this level of detail, then I'll be able to bring it back and say, I want to revisit this. Whether it's plus or minus, it doesn't matter. It's a matter of revisiting. And then the committee and the board will say yes or no. Is that not the way it's done?
No, we have not revisited past year's budgets. I'm sorry. And everything you're seeing that Mike's pulling up is approved budget from last year, available online and on the director's portal. There's nothing he needs to send you. You have all this information. You voted on it. You've supported it. This information here went through the one-on-ones and the business cases as well previous year. This is a result of all that work. You're sitting here saying you want to revisit everything we did last year.
No, I don't. I did not say that. Please don't put words in my mouth. I said there are 2 or 3 items that I would like to revisit.
Okay, well, that's not the purpose. You have had all that.
I saw you
information
going
months and months.
I saw you going through Nova's budget, line by line, pages pulled up on the screen.
We weren't revisiting last year's budget.
Sorry, Dave, just a quick correction. The boat ramp and the Granite Bay, those are actually, those are 2020 items. So they were in last year's budget, but they're in the budget before that too. So yeah, I think it's just a matter of just reviewing the, like say the budget, because especially for capital items, I think the board would be willing to, scratch those off the list, so to speak. But yeah, for that, we'd have to start reviewing multiple years because, like I say, a lot of times with the capital budget, they'll come in, they'll get approved by the board. And if we don't get to them right away, They may sit for a little while, but anything the board approved doesn't go away automatically. So we will be looking for your instruction every year with the budget cycle. Like I say, every time we go to the capital plan or anything else, we'll send it out just to start knocking items off the list. But I think we'll have to get board approval now because the board approved the boat ramp and the Belking, the playground replacement, we'll probably have to go back and seek permission to get it off the budget. So I just wanted to add that in there.
Okay, I thank you for that, Mike. That's exactly what I was hoping to, have somebody say to me that yes, we can do it. We can go back if we decide to and do something with it. Dave, you're being completely intransigent on whether or not we can do it.
Jim,
no, sorry, my comment there was sorry, Jim. My comment was actually supporting Dave. My point is it was added in 20. If you want to go back, I mean, there's been several opportunities to knock these off. So, but like I say, but once they get approved, they're kind of in there until we either get them done or the board pulls them away.
The exercise here, Jim, is not to sit here and go back over previous year's budgets. We have never done that. That ship has sailed. You supported it, committed, we're moving forward. This is not the opportunity to sit here and look at previously approved budgets that you supported and say, oh, what can I change now? This just isn't it. It's for you to give us direction on the services.
Okay, I will do that. And maybe we will have them changed or not changed. Maybe nothing will happen, who knows? But I would like to make a general comment to staff, senior staff, that we have moved the budget process forward each and every year for the past 5 years so that we get it done earlier. And usually by January or February, our budget's done.
No, we've never approved a budget.
Really, it doesn't. No. Okay, well, let's say February then. But it's earlier than is necessary according to legislation. So if we tell, like I heard you tell Gerald, oh, well, you can bring that back.
What are you talking about?
It was a complete service. You can add it or not add it.
What
you can amend the budget. I'm talking about when Gerald was
we did not talk with Gerald about revisiting past year's budgets. There was zero conversation about that. You're looking to revisit previously approved budgets. That is not the purpose of this.
I'm talking about amending the budget. Okay. Do we have the opportunity to amend the budget up to March 30th?
That's the date we have to approve next year's budget. We're not going to amend the 2021 budget in December of 2021. We're talking about a budget for 2022. We're going through a budget process, getting feedback on this. We're going through the services and having you identify what changes you'd like in the service moving forward.
But you're not allowing me to give any changes.
You're wanting to revisit the past year's budgets. That is not the purpose of this.
No, I'm asking you to change it.
You want us to change this current budget?
If I did, you're saying I can't.
Well, you bring that to the board. You seriously want to, this exercise is mid-November, you want to bring back to the board that you want to change the 2021 budget.
Could anybody else do that?
Well, I suppose technically you could. More power to you, Jim. Then I suggest a director's report at the upcoming meeting, how you want to amend the 2021 budget. You want to revisit it.
If I did, I'm not saying I do. I wanted clarification. You don't even want to give me clarification.
Technically, anything's possible, Jim. So now, I think it's ridiculous to be talking about amending the 2021 budget right now. This is 2021. We're talking about the 2022 budget.
And how the money for Area J or Area C is going to be spent in 2022 is of concern to the director for the area.
We understand that.
Okay, but it doesn't seem that I have a vehicle to do anything about it.
Well, you want to, if you're talking about amending the 2021 budget, that ship has sailed. It's
No,
November.
okay, I'm talking about amending the 2022 budget.
We are
that?
creating the 2022 budget, and you are giving us some input, some direction, so we can put something into a draft budget for discussion. 2022 budget has not even been drafted. We're looking for your input to say, hey, I'd like a little more here, I'd like less there, whatever you do. You have all the information that Mike has on the director's portal and on the approved budget. You live through the service every day. We're looking for direction to put information into a draft budget for January for review and discussion.
Okay, so if I want to talk about the 2022 budget,
that's all we're talking
about. Let's talk about something totally unrelated, heritage conservation. If I want to say there's 3 things that I would like added to that budget for 2022, and each of them cost $10,000.
That's perfect. That's exactly what we're here for.
Okay, and what I am trying to do, Dave, is look at the only if I don't have 2022 in front of me.
We don't have 2022. We don't have it. It doesn't exist yet.
Okay, so what else? So answer me this though. What other numbers besides 2021 do I have to look at?
We're projecting, we're trying to craft a budget for 2022 and saying base is base, what things over and above or below do you want to change in the service? What things would you like to see added, or if there's possibly services cuts, what do you want to see? You explain it to us. We will embed them in a draft budget in January 2022 for all the directors to look at. We're looking for input and feedback to insert into that. So exactly as you said, the heritage budget, whatever, if you said, I'd like to put 10 grand in for this, that, or the other, we'll make note of that. We'll embed that in a draft 2022 budget, and we'll give it to you in January for you to have a look at and say, this is what it looks like.
Okay, so why does it sound like you and I are saying exactly the same thing?
We're not.
Well, it sounds like it. I mean, the only thing is that I'm looking at numbers that are 2021 because that's all the numbers I've got.
Yeah, so and you know what? We're just doing this we're trying to give you an introduction into the service. We've tried to give you a idea of the anticipated surplus at the last EA meeting, identify the reserves, give you kind of a high level health of the service. So if you had some ideas, let's say for heritage conservation, that you have an idea of the health of the service, and if you want to add something to it, you'll either know it's in a comfortable position or it's on life support. That's what we're doing here.
Okay, so the same would apply in other services like community parks.
Yeah.
If I said, okay, for 2022, I don't want to see, let's talk about the, horrible playground equipment, then that would be direction to you. But that's what I want to do.
Yeah.
And you would say, okay, fine, I'm going to take that back to the board.
No, what we would do is you'd say, look, we got some horrible playground equipment. I want 100 grand in there. And we say, okay, well, yeah, Mike goes, you could pay for that out of gas tax. It might be requisition. It might be reserve. You give us some input on where you'd like to come from. Mike will embed that in the 2022 budget when he has assessment numbers, when he has year-end numbers, and all his receivables in. He'll mix it all in, so he gives you something tangible to look at, and you can go, oh, okay, that 100,000 is fine, or geez, that's kind of ugly, yank it out. But we need ingredients to bake this cake. So this is a process for you to provide that high level input. Mike has given you a high level health of the service. You can make a judgment on whether you want to support things or reduce services if that's your will.
Okay, so I will write up a director's report based on having looked at previous budgets, knowing what needs to be done for future budgets, 2022 and above, and suggest items 1, 2, and 3. I want to scrap. Items 4, 5, and 6. I want to add.
That's what we're to do here. This is why we're having this meeting here. You tell us what you want to add or subtract for 2022. We will take that and embed it in a draft budget for you to look at. That's the purpose of this meeting. That's what we've been doing with all the directors.
Okay, so let's go to community parks then. Let's just try this and see if I get it. Okay, can you do that, Mike? Go to community parks. To whatever page you need. Okay, so Dave, you'll have to be the ones to answer this, I believe, because like this is 2021, 56,990, the first blue line, Reed Island property acquisition. That was money already spent, was it not?
Mike can answer that.
That was that piece of property we fought over for so long to get 6 acres or whatever.
But why this again? This is an opportunity to move forward. Like these things have
and
been
I'm talking
approved.
about 2022.
What's that?
I'm talking about 2022 now.
Right. So
if I was to say, if I look, well, the only numbers that I have are what you gave me, okay? And if this money has already been spent, then I can say for 2022, reduce the budget by 56,990, right?
Well, it came from reserves if you look at it, so it wouldn't do anything to reduce the budget.
Well, whatever, it would come off the.
Well, no, not whatever. No, not whatever. It depends where the money comes from. If you think you're going to cut a requisition by 56 grand, I want to tell you that you're not doing anything in that example because it comes from reserve.
But I'm not talking about whether I'm cutting it from the requisition. I'm talking about cutting it from the work plan, okay? It's not in the work plan anymore if it's already happened.
Okay, well, I'll let Aniko speak to that. I don't know what's done with that, so.
Yeah, thank you. To clarify, these funds that you're seeing in this budget are for pre-approved projects pre-2021, historic to 2020, which are all in progress. All of these pre-approved projects are in progress, approved by the board. If you would like to cut these funds, those projects can no longer continue and will not be completed. By cutting any of the funds from these projects on the screen, you are not going to reduce your requisition, as Dave stated. These are all coming from reserves or gas taxes. So to cut any of these projects, you are seriously cutting service levels and pre-approved board projects that have been identified as required to maintain current service levels. If you do not want to maintain current service levels, we will be looking at reducing overall operational projects and capital projects from your 618 budget. This budget is extremely thin. Everything you see in either the capital budget or the operational budgets that you had pulled up earlier are thin as thin. There is no room to cut any funding unless you want to reduce service levels. I hope that clarifies.
It does and it doesn't. And if you bear with me 1 second. So if I said in 2022, I want Granite Bay boat ramp improvements to be $4,000, is that direction that you will accept, Dave, or not?
Well, of course we will. We're just, as Aniko explained, it was a great example of things that you see here. Most of them are in motion. So they've been approved, they're in motion, the certain level of progress has been made. It's not practical to try and revisit. We're talking about moving forward. So if you want to say, I want to put $4,000 extra, right? If you want to put $4,000 extra into X, Y, or Z, that's what we're here to hear you say.
Okay, well, I just said it.
Okay, and then what you get is when Mike embeds all the ingredients into this cake, you're going to get to see it in late January, and you'll get to see what the results of those comments are. And then you get another chance to say, look, that's I'm not comfortable with this. Take this out, add this, whatever. So yeah, you give us input on things that you want to see in there. Like Gerald said, look, I want to put 50 grand into the Legion for repairs. I want to put 20 grand into the horse trail for this. These are all things that we embed in there, over and above it. Not looking at any of the past budget though. That's just that again. That ship sailed.
If I may as well, Dr. Abrams, sorry to cut you off there, but I just also wanted to provide one more point of clarification. If in fact these funds that you're seeing committed to these projects are not required, they will go back to where they came from. So for instance, your Granite Bay boat ramp improvements, those funds are just sitting there if required. If we need $5,000, we spend $5,000. If we need a bit more that year, then we're able to access those funds that are already committed from reserves without having to go back to the board and asking for a budget amendment. It's not that $20,000 is sitting in there so that we ensure that the total is spent. It provides a little bit of a buffer. And in years where we don't need to add an additional $5,000, then it's just offsetting that. We are fully aware that each and every year, most of these items need ongoing capital improvements. So these funds are just sitting there waiting for that to happen.
Okay, and in the case of, say, that one example that you're using, since it rarely goes over 5, does the rest sit in a reserve, quote unquote, for that purpose, or does it get dispersed throughout the community parks function?
It is allocated. It is allocated at this time specifically for that project. And if we don't want it for that project, we will return it back to reserves where it could be used elsewhere.
Okay, well, so right now, you guys, you've worn me down to the point where, just take, hey, it's fine. Whatever's there is there. Mike, I'll send you some suggestions if I get a chance. And otherwise, we'll just move on. So what's the next one?
Mike, do you remember where you were?
Yeah, we're free to go. So I believe we're, I think Tom. Oh yeah, I think Tom was driving, but we just done the extension. I think we're going chronologically. So the next one would be, we've already done 685. So I think we would be on the heritage conversation or conservation, sorry.
I thought Director Abrams already said nothing to see there. My apologies. We'll go back to that if you like.
So we're on 698.
Correct. And just if I could maybe give a brief info for this. So this was the one, I believe you were there as part of the Area B conversation, but both Area C and B had this service come up. And so that's the note we had in the file, is there was supposed to be a small annual contribution to eventually build up a fund in case there's any future needs. So we got notes here from NOBA to actually defer that now because she doesn't have anything earmarked. So let us know on yourself, but we plan to, I say, requisition and put $1,000 into the reserve fund until told otherwise. So that's the current plan for the service.
Can you please put it up on the screen? It's not on the screen.
Oh, sorry, is that you, Tom? Or are you going to?
Yeah.
Or I could bring it up. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. It does take a moment or two to do that. I don't know why it disappeared off the screen, but there it is.
Well, what keeps happening to me today is everything keeps disappearing off my screen, and I don't know why. It worked fine earlier today, but now I get like 30 seconds and then it's gone. Okay, so this function, I have to ask, I guess, Dave or someone, can this money in electoral area C be used, like really the only conservation, we've used it once, I believe, on the Lucky Jim mine conservation efforts that happened there. Can it be used for, say, the Surge Narrows community store restoration? Once we get there, if there's something that isn't covered by this grant, that's, we're still waiting for word on, the RNC grant.
Right.
Can this function cover the conservation of a historic building?
So let's, Tom will chime in here because I'm not certain what the service description is, what the delivery will be. But let's just for a second pretend it can be. You'd have to requisition some serious money here because you can see there's, this is a tiny budget. But let's just for a second.
So I would say, in answer to your question, Director Abram, this is the service under which that kind of a project would fall. Whether or not you have everything in place in the service in order to do that work is something we'd have to investigate further. Typically, these services, unless you have additional bylaws, are to actually designate privately held land as heritage and basically regulate what can be done on that privately held land to preserve the heritage character. But in this case, we're talking about publicly owned, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and actually doing work in conjunction with that publicly owned property. So I think there might be some additional tools that you need in the toolbox in order to use this service for that particular project, but we'd have to check.
No, but Jim, I'm glad you're thinking in terms of that though, because it's still in camera, but we have an award for a project out there that we're going to be on the hook for any over and above costs. So, it's good to think in terms of, okay, where are we going to get, some extra money if the project costs are over and above what the award is. So.
Okay, so I'd like for the 2022 budget to have you add $5,000 to this function.
Okay, and just to clarify, do you want a $5,000 requisition, or do you want me to add 5,000 to the current requisition?
I want to see the.
How would I take the big number and then you could cut it back?
Let's put it this way. I'd like to see the total amount be $10,000. You figure it out.
Okay.
With respect.
Yep. Nope. That's perfect.
Okay, so we are on street lighting.
So I'm going to apologize. Did we do community park center already?
Community parks, yeah.
Yeah. So Jim, going back to your, yeah, no, I know, my bad. But you spurred something in my head there in terms of our search narrow store that we should give some consideration. Mike, what do we have in reserve there, if anything, or Onico?
For what is that, the heritage one that we talked about, the store?
No parks, because our unnamed award that we've gotten is within parks, and there if we don't have, if the award doesn't cover the entire cost, we're going to have something. We're going to have to identify something as a bit of a financial backstop there. So what do we have in parks in area C reserve?
So on around the end of the 2021, we have 65,000 in capital and 51,000 in operating.
Okay, so not a lot. So Jim, I don't need you to make a decision right now, but we need to think in terms of supplementing that award money for that. It is, correct me if I'm wrong, but we've got that under Area C parks. And again, if construction comes in beyond the award limit, we're going to need to have some funds to complement that. So give that some thought. What's that?
Has this already gone out for RFP award or whatever?
No, we still haven't got the award announcement yet.
No, I realize that. That's why the way you were talking, it sounded like you've already got an award for the project.
Well, we all know we have a financial award for a project in Parks in Area C. I'm trying to talk around a bit.
I get that.
Yeah.
I just misunderstood you.
That's okay. So what I'm saying is, yeah, again, you don't have to commit to it now, but I think you should think in terms of what we'll need to do if we need some money to complement that award. And I would think in terms of, for sure, a couple $100,000.
Okay,
we're
well,
talking, yeah. Anyways,
hopefully the award.
Marinate on that, but the way that'll go is they give us that award, whether it was, a couple $1,000,000, and we're on the hook for any cost over and above that. So think about that, because we should be prepared. It doesn't look like we have much, if any, in reserve to take from. So we're going to need to have some financial means of supporting any shortfalls there.
Okay, well, this is one project where if we get it, we're going to have some serious conversation with the community and the director and staff about prioritizing what gets done when, because it's not going to cover the awarded amount when we get it, may not cover the whole thing as it is.
Right.
So
that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so that's fine, but I just want to make sure that we're clear that we are going to have some discussion about this as to where we start, where we finish.
Yeah, of course. What I'm saying is we need to financially prepare for having that additional money. And it doesn't look like we have that in reserve. And it would be good to put some money in the budget, because we know we're very likely going to need some money for that. So I want you to give thought to,
Well, for now, I'm just saying to Mike, put the total number at 10,000 and
okay,
adjust as necessary. And then if we have to later on, hey, I'm going to say the forbidden words. We can amend the budget, right?
Yeah, the only challenge there is that if you're going to increase requisition, those increases have to happen, pretty soon, because you amend the budget in July, you're not going to be able to collect that requisition money for that year, right? And now we may not need it in that year, but just give it some thought.
We should know, I would hope, sooner than the end of the year, whether we got the grant or not.
Yeah, yeah, no, I agree.
Okay, so what's next?
Sorry, Mike, carry on. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You're on the street.
Yeah. Sorry, I think we're on the street lighting there.
Okay, so this is, it's a weird one. It seems like nothing, but go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I don't have much for this. It's pretty standard service. The biggest expense is just the we have a little bit of insurance and main cost, but most of it's hydro, and we usually try and we get advice from hydro every year of what they think the power is going to go up. So it is pretty steady. I'm not sure where that 485 in reserve come. That's been there for a long time, but everything's just sitting with it.
So unless you want new lights or to take some out, that's what the budget looks like.
Well, we have a bylaw in place that talks about first of all how much we can charge, and I believe that it used to be done by assessment, and then out of fairness we went to parcel tax. So
actually the other way around. This used to be on a parcel tax. It was converted to assessed values. And I believe the maximum requisition is as shown on the page. If I'm to believe that, just shy of $8,000 a year.
Well, I got to question that, Tom, because on assessment it meant one person in one house and one person in the next house were paying totally different amounts for the same light. So we went to parcel tax to make that even. Everybody pays exactly the same for the service. And that included all of Area C. That's why we had a few tax reviews. We had a few parcel tax board reviews where people from Helmkin Island, for God's sakes, came all the way down here to not want to pay $2.50 per year. And it cost them, $500 to come down and go back. But the point I wanted to make was we had a maximum amount that we could go to. We absolutely could not add any lights. There could not be any more lights added. That was never changed as far as I know. And we were sort of pushing the limit. I think you're allowed some percentage to go.
Every 5 years. Every 5 years, you can increase by 25%, roughly. I'd have to check to see. I do believe that we abandoned the parcel tax revenue stream in favor of assessed value.
Okay, well, I'll buy you a beer if you're right. I'll buy you a beer if you're right. But anyway, the gist of it is there's a question in here. Hydro supplies us with the lights, the power and the bulbs and the poles and blah blah blah, but they do not maintain them. And I've talked to you at least once or twice about this, and I think you've called them and talked to them. They still don't come over and do anything with the lights. So we're paying for 5 lights that aren't on, which means we're not using any power.
We should be deducting the cost of those from our bills.
Well, we really should. And I don't think that, we don't have people to go around and be able to count the lights that aren't working on certain days, but it would be nice. Dave, you'd probably like that. You'd have a staff of 50.
The problem is because they're on photo cells. Unless we're driving around at night, we don't know if they're not on.
Yeah, I get that. And I've asked people in the community that have complained about it. Listen, give me the poll number, got, brass numbers on them, and I will report that to Hydro and say poll number 22 ain't working, and we want it to work. So, that's just it's sort of an aside, but it's a budgetary item that could keep driving our costs up to the point where we're at our max, and I don't want to do that.
Well, if you're saying,
because if the community had their way, they'd say, get rid of them. But we have talked about that. We've talked with ICBC, we've talked with lawyers, we've talked with police, and they've all advised against it. Because if something happened to somebody because there wasn't a light where there used to be a light, that we would be liable for it. So I'm completely fine with having the lights. They're great. But I would like some discussion at some point with BC Hydro to deal with dark sky and LED. Because the lights that are up there now are not, they're sodium vapor. And those are high consumers. So, we're paying a lot more than we need to. So for the 22 budget, can we please have that looked at for 2022 budget?
Yep. Well, we've heard you loud and clear, so
There you go.
we'll put that
And
in.
I think that means we're done.
Let me see. Well, we do have land use planning. If you wanted to offer some comments, it's there for your convenience if you wish.
We're breathing life into a dead horse for you. Hey, so I'm going to interject because you probably heard Noba have an editorial there. I think you supported.
I didn't hear it.
So we put this in before the business case got crushed at East to see if there was 3 or 4 parties supportive of this. That's why, because it's a shared service and we're doing individual services here. But I don't know what to say on this. Obviously the business case got crushed. So there's not support for another planning position. And until there's no point of talking about updated OCPs and rezoning or zoning bylaws, etc. So we had put this on the list before East didn't support it. I know you did, but the group didn't. So I don't know if there's much to say, but over to you.
Well, you know what, Dave? I'm going to say nothing because it's been squashed at East, and I would be, I think, out of line as the chair of the committee to speak up at a one-on-one meeting about it. As you have pointed out to me sometimes, if something is to come to a director, it comes to all directors. So, it did come to all directors today, one at a time, but I assume you always mean all directors all at once. So I'm not going to say anything about it.
So you might want to, I guess, if you want, it's up to you. You're the chair. I know you have a special budget meeting for December 9th, I believe. If you want, you're happy to include 500 planning as discussion, and maybe you'll be able to convince one other EA director to support it. If not, it's a dead issue.
Okay. In the meantime, we get nothing done. Okay.
Yep. Well, not nothing, but we don't move too far forward.
Well, you know what I'm.
We tread water. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Jim.
Well,
I think that's it for us. Appreciate your input.
All right. So.
And
I will stop talking, and I will say that this is.
Who's calling, please?
Just 1 second.
Oh, hi, Russ. He's actually just finishing up a meeting online.
I'm sorry, I've got phone call happening in the background here, sorry, but if there's nothing else, I guess I could, I'll move termination, and
Okay.
the vote goes this way. Here's my hand. Yes.
Okay,
Oh.
appreciate your indulgence here. Thanks for the spirited
Yes.
debate.
Thanks for beating the, you know what, out of me.
All right.
And talk to you again someday.
Okay, see you later. Thanks, Jim.
All right. Bye, everybody.
See ya.
Oh, you went for a smoke.